The 9th of July, 1864. It was 10:10 in the evening and a train was readying for departure from Hackney Station in East London. Two bank clerks with first-class tickets had just taken seats in the compartment nearest the engine. But as the young men sat down, they realized something was very wrong. The cushions and walls were splattered with blood. A black leather bag lay open on a seat. On the floor was a man's cane topped with a heavy ivory knob, and beside it, a crumpled top hat. Whatever had happened in that first-class compartment had been violent, but no one had heard any cries for help and there was no report of a disturbance. The victim and his attacker had vanished.
It caused quite a shock. It was a big sensation at the time. It did put into people's minds doubts about the safety of the railways.
It disturbs the complacency that had surrounded railway travel in a way that leads us to think a great deal about the impact of technology and assumptions about how positive it is.
It showed that this new way of travelling was not necessarily safe. You could be stuck in a sealed compartment and come to a very sticky end.
The railways were the technological icon of the 19th century. The first public railway powered by steam opened in 1830. It linked the industrial powerhouse of Manchester with the port at Liverpool, and it was intended to carry mostly freight. But passenger demand quickly exceeded all expectations. Until then, a stagecoach had been the fastest form of public transport. It could cover 8 miles in an hour. The Liverpool and Manchester railway trains could cover 17 miles in an hour, and they were not only twice as fast as a stagecoach, the tickets were half the price. The new railway was hugely popular and profitable. Investors and businessmen quickly saw the potential. Britain was seized by a railway mania. New lines stretched out across the country.
It was probably the most momentous innovation since the invention of agriculture at the end of the Stone Age.
Lots of different railway companies, privately financed by and large, and not always particularly well coordinated. They would choose a route which they thought was going to give them most commercial advantage. There were a number of minor rail companies, but these gradually became amalgamated until sort of by the 1860s, you had something like about 5,000 miles of track.
The pace of change was staggering. By 1864, nearly every major town and city in Britain was linked by a sprawling network of railway tracks. These iron roads sliced through hills and forests. They spanned rivers and valleys. They were even beginning to burrow beneath the earth.
It transformed not just the scenery, but the culture as well. Everything seemed like it was going to take place at high speed, and people's sense of time became standardized.
Trains had to keep railway time, so you, the passengers, the users of the railway, you had to keep railway time too.
It transformed people's sense of space, the whole world seeming much more connected in a way that we can compare to the internet today. If you were born at the end of this revolution, it would have been hard to imagine what it was like to live without the railway.
Passengers flocked to the railways in their thousands. The working population of Britain was on the move as never before. But alongside that excitement, this technological innovation also provoked fears. Could the human body cope with such speeds? Would society, with all its traditional bonds and hierarchies, survive this steam-powered revolution?
Victorian society was highly stratified. The class system was just embedded into everything. There were worries with the railways that there would be a sort of rather social promiscuity, the mixing. The baronet might have to sit next to a baker or a boot blackener or a butcher.
People were confined to individual compartments, so people weren't quite sure who was going to get on at the next station and share a compartment with them.
It worried the Victorians that there were these opportunities for the criminal classes, the roughs, to have an easier access to the respectable middle and upper classes, to respectable women, to make themselves nuisances in a way that, if they were simply on foot, they couldn't do.
So people frequently hid their bags or gripped their stick, ready to beat off an attack. So there was this fear, this uncertainty about travelling in a railway carriage.
Such things didn't worry Mr. Thomas Briggs. In 1864, the 69-year-old banker had an annual season ticket for the North London Railway.
The North London Railway did not run third-class carriages in 1864. Because it served the city, Fenchurch Street, through to the newly expanding middle-class suburbs, Hackney, Chalk Farm. The idea was that it would pass through the working class areas, but not stop in them. So they only provided carriages for second class and first class passengers.
Thomas Briggs was a very well-to-do and quite sort of wealthy man, actually. He was the chief cashier at a bank in the city.
This is a gentleman who has really pretty much got to the upper echelons of the middle classes. You couldn't go higher than he had risen without becoming a partner.
Briggs took the train almost every day, journeying between his home in Hackney and his office at Robarts Curtis Bank in the city. The 9th of July was no different. It was a Saturday, but Briggs was still expected at the office. At 3 p.m, after work, he took an omnibus across London Bridge to pay one of his regular visits to his niece in Peckham. He had dinner with Caroline and her husband, and it was still light when he left at around 8:30. He reached Fenchurch Street Station in time for the 9:45 train. He cheerfully bid the ticket collector good night, then with his cane and his black leather bag in hand, Thomas Briggs clambered into the first-class compartment nearest the engine. A few minutes later, the train was on the move. The empty and bloodied first-class compartment found at Hackney Station was sealed off. Then the train departed just a few minutes late. Police would soon meet it at Chalk Farm, its final stop. By then, another grim discovery had been made. An empty train was returning to Bow Station when its driver spotted something between the tracks. He stopped his engine and sent the stoker and guard out to investigate. And lying on the gravel was the twisted, black-clad body of a man. Thomas Briggs was unconscious, but still alive.
The train driver and the conductor called for help from a nearby pub, and men came out onto the track to help him, and a police officer came from K Division, which was Stepney at the time, and the Metropolitan Police, and they took him to the pub, looked after him, and called the doctor to him.
His head was terribly injured from him either falling, jumping, or being pushed out of the railway carriage at some speed. He also had abrasions and bruises on his hands and his lower arms, which suggest that he had been fighting at least one assailant.
When the doctors looked at the injuries, they thought that one of the head injuries might have been from when he fell onto the tracks, but also they realised that other injuries were caused by a blunt instrument and he had been assaulted.
His wounds were severe. His skull had been caved in. A deep, jagged cut almost sliced his ear clean off. His white beard was stained scarlet with blood. Briggs was identified from letters found in his coat pocket. They carried him first to a nearby pub, and then to his home, a fine Regency townhouse in a Hackney Garden Square. And there, late on the 10th of July, Thomas Briggs died. The Monday papers were full of news of the attack. Briggs had been a gentleman, chief clerk at the Robarts Curtis Bank, the embodiment of Victorian middle-class affluence and respectability. And he had been murdered while a passenger on the great technological innovation of the age.
It was a complete threat to sort of established norms. This was the first time that somebody had been murdered in a railway train.
A train like that should have been secure. It should have been a safe environment. That it should have happened in a first-class carriage was particularly shocking.
It gave the sense, if you could be slaughtered in a train carriage, then, why not in a church pew, or why not at your workplace?
It attacked the guardians of the respectability that made Britain and the British Empire great.
Scotland Yard Police Commissioner Sir Richard Mayne appointed one of his best men to the investigation. Detective Inspector Richard Tanner was just 31 years old and newly promoted, but he was well respected for his hard work and keen eye for the crucial lead. The family of Thomas Briggs had identified the cane and the black leather bag found in the compartment. They had belonged to the slain man. But the hat? Briggs wore a silk top hat made by expert craftsmen in the City of London. His family didn't recognize the crumpled beaver hat at all.
It's an almost sort of Cluedo-like touch, the crumpled hat in the train compartment.
It was not a hat that a man of Mr. Briggs's status, responsibility, his standing would have dreamt of wearing.
Thomas Briggs bought his hats at a guinea a time from a hatter in the City of London. They were silk top hats. This was different.
This beaver hat that was found was only about 8 and sixpence or 10 and sixpence in actually private price. It was a much cheaper hat than Mr. Briggs's normal hat.
Find the owner of the crumpled top hat, and Inspector Tanner would find the killer. He soon got an early breakthrough. Thomas Briggs had owned a heavy, old-fashioned watch with a gold case and chain, but it was missing after the attack. A description of it was circulated to the newspapers, where it was seen by jeweller John Death. Death claimed a gold chain, like the one belonging to Thomas Briggs, had been exchanged in his shop on the Monday after the murder. The customer had been a young, clean-shaven man with a foreign accent. He had picked out a cheaper, more modern chain, as well as a signet ring. Deeth had packed the chain in a small cardboard box, stamped with his shop's address.
John Deeth had never seen the young man before, and he described him as about 30. He thought he was German, and he noticed that all the time that he was sort of valuing the chain, the young man was sort of turning this way and that, so as to stop a really clear impression being taken of him.
They would have been used to somebody being slightly embarrassed by the need to undertake such a transaction. So for him to remain in the shadows would not have been difficult and not automatically suspect. But it's an unusual enough transaction to account for Deeth's remembering him. For him to have chosen to exchange the watch chain for something that was inferior, the gap was not enough. It's a 5-shilling gap between the cost of the chain that he chose in exchange. If it had been £1, £2, that would have been understandable and probably forgotten. But it's strange.
The police took away the heavy, old-fashioned chain as evidence. It was quickly identified as belonging to Thomas Briggs. Inspector Tanner now had a possible suspect, but he had no name and only the vaguest of descriptions. He needed more. Thomas Briggs' employers at the Robarts Curtis Bank put up £100 as a reward for information. The government matched it, as did the North London Railway Company. Posters were plastered across the capital. But days passed with no further breakthrough. Tanner knew with each day that passed, the crime was less likely to be solved. His investigation was in trouble.
They had failed to come up with a solution to a murder that had caused national, not just local, panic. The newspapers were demanding to know why the detective police were so failing to solve this crime.
London was a multicultural city. It had always embraced immigrants. The presence of a German wasn't in and of itself particularly strange. It certainly wouldn't have flagged up, oh, but he's probably a murderer, what on earth was a German doing?
It left the police still looking for a needle in a haystack.
By the 18th of July, almost 10 days had passed since the murder of Thomas Briggs. The victim had been buried, but the case was far from solved. Then, at 11:15 that evening, a man walked into a police station in Marylebone and reignited the hunt for the killer. Jonathan Matthews was a Hackney carriage driver. He told police that on the Monday after the murder, a young German friend had paid him a call. His name was Franz Müller. He was 23, a tailor, who was particularly fond of his black beaver hat. As they spoke, Müller had given Matthew's daughter a box to play with, and printed on the lid was the name and address of the jeweller, John Deeth.
This was the big breakthrough.
The police, who were under huge pressure to come up with a solution, have something.
Yes, the box had come from the jeweller's shop. Yes, the chain and the ring had been placed in the box. But best of all, Matthews was even able to provide a photograph. This really opened up the case now.
Tanner had his lead at last. There was just one problem. The reason Franz Müller had visited Jonathan Matthews. He'd come to say goodbye before leaving for America. In 1864, the Grinnell and Company shipping line offered some of the cheapest fares to America, and it wasn't hard to see why. The Victoria was an old-fashioned sailing ship. Steerage passengers paid just £4 to cross the Atlantic, but their quarters were cramped and uncomfortable. They had to prepare their own meals, and the passage would take 19 days if they were lucky. Among the passengers enjoying the Victoria's meagre comforts in July 1864 was a young tailor. He was leaving his troubles behind, he thought, heading for a new start in the new world.
We know that he comes from Thuringia in Germany, and that relatively few people from that region, and indeed from his background, came to the UK.
Franz Müller had come over to London. He was known as quite a polite young man. He hadn't caused any problems. He wasn't a violent man.
The records we have from his friends suggest that he was always trying to improve his own clothing to get a more fashionable angle to coat or waistcoat or trousers.
He was employed as a tailor, and in the weeks before he went to America, he was actually earning about 25 shillings a week.
He had a certain amount of pretensions and would tell people that he was going over to America where he was going to be earning £150 a year, paid for by his employers. Well, that wasn't actually true, but nevertheless, he was keen to do well, he was ambitious, and he wanted to go to America.
Müller's journey to New York was even slower than expected. The winds were against them. After more than 2 weeks at sea, the Victoria had barely escaped the coast of Ireland. The vast Atlantic still lay ahead. Müller passed the time gambling. He lost a bet over how much German sausage he could eat. He sold off his shirts to pay debts. But he betrayed no concern over what he'd left behind in London. If he feared the police were after him, the other passengers didn't notice. All Müller had to do was get to America. Once he was there, he must have thought he would be free.
The situation in America was pretty dramatic because America was in the third year of the Civil War.
There was, as a result, a considerable need for fighting men. All that Franz Müller would have needed to do to disappear was join up under whatever name came to his head.
There's every chance he could have become anonymous, melted into the crowd. It was a huge, huge, huge country, and its systems of police tracking were much more effective in the big cities than they were elsewhere. So if he'd reached those shores first, then I'm not sure he would ever have been caught and brought to justice.
As the Victoria struggled across the Atlantic, in London, Detective Inspector Richard Tanner was in a race against time. If he planned to arrest Müller in America and bring him back, Tanner would need an extradition agreement, and to get that, he needed more evidence.
He knew that to have an extradition hearing, he would have to prove the case to the satisfaction of the American authorities. And in those days, extradition proceedings were in their infancy, and they were always difficult.
It was going to be a matter of very careful preparation, very careful negotiation in order for the extradition to be granted.
So Tanner is caught in a really tense race against time because Müller is bobbing across the Atlantic Ocean very slowly in his boat, the Victoria. And Tanner's aware he's got to compile all this evidence that can present a watertight case, and he's also got to make sure that the extradition process is going to be effective at the other end.
Armed with the photograph of Muller, Inspector Tanner hurried once more to the jeweller John Death. Death confirmed it. That was definitely the man who had come into his shop to exchange the gold watch chain. Tanner rushed all over London. He spoke to Muller's landlady, his friend, his employer. He was building up a sketch of a vain and boastful young man, a young man desperate for money to cross the Atlantic, a young man who, shortly after the murder of Thomas Briggs, was seen with a fine new top hat.
The inquiries showed that Franz Muller had actually bought a ticket at London docks on the Tuesday of that week, and he'd set sail on the Thursday. But Jonathan Matthews had told the police just too late for Franz Muller to have been caught whilst he was still in London.
Suddenly the case acquired a great urgency, and the hunt for Muller began.
The witnesses were hurried to Bow Street Magistrates' Court. Depositions were taken and the evidence heard. By 6 o'clock on the 19th of July, a warrant had been issued for Muller's arrest. Tanner had gathered everything he could. There was no more time. Late that evening, the exhausted inspector boarded an express train bound for Liverpool. With him were Detective Sergeant George Clark, the jeweller John Death, and the cabman Jonathan Matthews. They had tickets booked on a fast transatlantic steamer leaving the next morning.
There was no other way of contacting America. The undersea cable would be another year, 18 months before that was in position.
There was no alternative, but he had to go himself, and he had to get there before the Victoria landed.
The huge advantage that the British had was that they could use the expensive means of travelling using a steam-powered vessel rather than a sailing vessel.
Tanner arrived in New York on the 5th of August. Muller may have had a 5-day head start, but Tanner reached America first. The police inspector was relieved. There was still much for him to do.
New York City was very much unlike our association of it with these soaring metallic skyscrapers. It was low rise in those days, and you had pigs galloping through the streets. It was still very much embryonic.
The American Civil War had been going on for 3 or 4 years at the time. Britain was accused of taking sides in favour of the South, or that was the perception in New York.
Now, there was no extradition treaty between New York State and Britain. And so the first thing that had to be done was that any arrest of Muller had to be done under American law by an officer appointed by the US Marshal.
There was a lot of controversy in New York about what was going to happen to this prisoner when he was eventually arrested in New York.
Tanner waited and waited. Colleagues from London arrived on another boat with more paperwork for the extradition. But still, there was no sign of Muller. The August heat in New York was punishing. Tanner and the other Englishmen sweltered in their rooms in the Everett House Hotel on 17th Street. They waited and wondered. Had Müller's ship been lost at sea? Had it been forced into another port? Might Müller escape them after all? With each day, Tanner's worries grew until, finally, on the 24th of August, the Victoria was spotted off the coast. It had been at sea almost 6 weeks. Tanner's long, stifling wait in New York was at an end. At last, the winds were carrying his quarry into port. Franz Müller was seized by American police before his ship had even docked. He flatly denied any involvement in the murder of Thomas Briggs. He never was on that train at all, he insisted. Now, a court in New York had to decide whether Detective Inspector Tanner had the evidence to prove otherwise.
Franz Müller was arrested, taken into custody, and he appeared before Mr. Newton, who was the commissioner at New York, who had this court hearing to decide whether Franz Müller was going to be extradited and sent back in custody to Britain to face trial.
There was a tremendous amount of sympathy for Müller from the immigrant community and hostility towards Britain, so it was going to be difficult.
The advantage that Tanner had was that extradition could be granted on the grounds that there was sufficient evidence to suggest there was a case to be answered. They stuck to that. They didn't try to defend the British cause. They didn't join in the emotionalism.
Mr. Newton decided that he should go back and agreed to the extradition request. If he hadn't done so, then Franz Müller would have been free to have been released, and he could have travelled anywhere in America. The chances of him being returned to face trial for the murder of Thomas Briggs would have been very remote.
With the extradition order secured on the 3rd of September, Tanner escorted Müller onto the steamship Etna. They left New York and America behind and set out once more into the Atlantic. The murder of Thomas Briggs had become a sensation in the British press. In Liverpool, a crowd awaited Müller's arrival. In the eyes of many, the young German was already guilty.
It was difficult to see that he would actually get a fair hearing. Such was the conviction among the general public that he was actually guilty of the murder.
The British public were intensely fascinated by the case because this was the first ever railway murder, and that was quite something. And the Fleet Street behemoth, the mass media, the biggest mass media the world had ever seen, there were literally 15 different morning papers. This was elixir to them.
What is interesting is that doubts begin to creep in. The presumptions of his guilt needed to be questioned.
Despite investigators' best efforts, they found no one who could place Müller at the scene of the crime. And there were at least 5 witnesses who spoke of seeing 2 other men in the compartment with Briggs, and neither matched the description of Franz Müller. But this information was not shared with the defense. The police were then under no obligation to do so. In 1864, the deck was stacked against the accused. There was no appeals court. The defendant was barred from giving evidence, and even his counsel was not allowed to sum up the defense to the jury at the end of the trial.
There was a German legal protection society that operated not only in London but also in New York, And they were concerned that actually, as a German, he was being discriminated against and perhaps being treated unfairly.
It had the feel rather of perhaps a show trial to some extent. They just wanted to rubber stamp what the court of public opinion had already found to have been guilty.
Franz Müller's trial began at the Old Bailey on the 27th of October 1864. 12 men would decide his fate. Over the next 3 days, they heard how the crushed beaver hat found in the blooded compartment matched one belonging to Müller. They heard about the hat he had with him in New York, which was silk and cut down in the crown to alter its height. And they heard how police discovered in Müller's luggage a piece of cloth sewn into a pouch and tied in a ribbon. Inside was Thomas Briggs' missing gold watch.
I have to say, it did look bad for Müller. He looked like the perfect part, on paper at least.
All the defence counsel could do was try and attack the prosecution's witnesses. Jonathan Matthew, the hansom cab driver, he was particularly savaged by defence counsel over a 21-day sentence that he'd served for a minor theft many, many years ago. The defence counsel was really clutching at straws.
There was sort of defence witness. One of them, or at least one of them, said that they thought that Thomas Briggs had been in the compartment with 2 men on that night.
The problem is that their witness testimony did not really make the impact that retrospectively it should have done.
The jury took just 15 minutes to make their decision. Müller was guilty. The judge donned the black cap and sentenced him to death. Early on the morning of the 14th of November, 1864, a gallows was erected outside Newgate Jail. Heavy rain was falling, but that didn't put off the crowds. They gathered in their tens of thousands to watch Franz Müller die. A few minutes before 8 o'clock, with the prison bell ringing, the condemned man was led out. The crowd roared as Müller, pale and trembling, climbed the scaffold. His legs were strapped, the noose placed around his neck, and a white hood pulled down over his face. Moments before the trapdoor gaped beneath his feet, the 24-year-old spoke in an urgent whisper to the German pastor beside him. Ich habe es getan, he said. Ich habe es allein getan. Ich habe keine Mitschuldigen. I did it. I did it alone. I have no accomplice. Then the trapdoor opened and Müller fell. After months of denying involvement in the crime, Müller had confessed. But mysteries remained. What actually happened in the first-class compartment that summer night? Had Müller planned the robbery, or did he act on impulse? Did he mean to kill Thomas Briggs by throwing him off the train? Or did the old man fall trying to escape?
I think the murder was very much a spur-of-the-moment thing. I mean, his man in his 60s looked an affluent man, and I think Müller just saw his opportunity.
He was carrying money in his wallet. He had a silk handkerchief, as well as his silk hat. He was carrying a briefcase, which was the type that bankers used to convey bullion or valuables in. I think he must have seemed a very tempting prospect.
It may well be that he saw the chance of snatching a gold watch and making the money and getting his way to America, but perhaps didn't realise that Thomas Briggs would have perhaps resisted so much.
There was a scuffle, and he ended up sort of thwacking this poor banker over the head with his stick. And you know, these things can happen very fast.
By modern standards, I don't think what took place in that carriage would count as murder. It would be manslaughter at most. The fatal injuries to Thomas Briggs happen as a result of him falling or being pushed out of the railway carriage.
The sensational murder of Thomas Briggs did nothing to slow the advance of the railways. Engines became more powerful, passengers more numerous. But as this technological boom grew and grew, so did the opportunities for the greedy and the violent. Franz Müller has gone down in British history as the first railway murderer. He would not be the last. From the moment he set eyes on her, he was obsessed. In 1878, Violet Cameron was just 15, but she was already a star on the London stage. To 18-year-old Percy Lefroy Mapleton, she was perfect. He was a poor and sickly young man. Violet didn't even know he existed. But Lefroy was convinced they belonged together. He would go to any lengths to win her. He would lie for her. He would steal for her. And eventually, he would kill for her.
This is a man who lives so much in a fantasy world that he has virtually no sense of reality until it's too late.
He's the eternal schoolboy. It's all fantasy and wish fulfillment. He creates a whole fictitious romance.
He had a sense of being invisible, perhaps, as he was growing up, and a need to make something of himself.
Percy Lefroy Mapleton dreamed of becoming a writer, and he could certainly tell a tall tale. He posed as a young man of education and wealth. He told some people he was related to an earl. He claimed his father had been a prominent clergyman. To others, he was Belgian nobility or a partner in a grand firm of solicitors. In fact, Lefroy's father was an alcoholic Royal Navy captain who showed no interest in his son, and his mother died of tuberculosis when he was just 6 years old.
He was sent to live with an aunt and his two cousins, and there he was brought up for the next 14 years.
His chest was weak, his health was weak, so he was always a concern to his family in a way that ensured that the consequences of his actions don't seem to have been brought home to him as part of his growing up. He seems always to have indulged in petty deceptions, petty lies, and to have got away with it.
Here is someone who was rather invisible as a child, was desperate to make a mark in a world that had seemed so hostile, at least in his early years.
By 1881, Lefroy's obsession with the young actress Violet Cameron was utterly consuming him. He told relatives they were married. He haunted the theatres where she performed, and he even found out where she lived and followed her when she went out.
Lefroy wanted to become a theatre critic, and I think this is when he suddenly spotted or conceive this passion for Violet Cameron.
She'd been on the stage since she was about 8. She was a popular singer, and she would perform in light-hearted operettas.
It was one of the few professions where women almost sort of rivaled men in terms of the celebrity status that they could achieve.
Percy Lefroy Mapleton longed for her to be in his life. So she's the star that he's fixed his hopes on, that he hopes by some kind of ploy and machination to attain.
If only he could find a way into Violet's world, present himself as a man of means, a man of talent, then surely she would see his worth. She would be his. Lefroy concocted an ambitious scam. In March 1881, he wrote to theatre newspaper The Era. In his letter, Lefroy announced the existence of an unpublished comic opera written by Jacques Offenbach. The popular French-German composer was in no position to deny Lefroy's claim. He had conveniently died the previous year. Lefroy used the fake opera as bait. He weaseled his way into a friendship with the Welsh tenor and theatre manager Henry Bracy. Lefroy promised Bracy exclusive rights to the opera and set about finding a composer to counterfeit the work. But then, in May 1881, Lefroy heard a sickening rumour. Violet, his Violet, was engaged.
She never ever met him, but he always seemed to think that he had actually declared his love and that she declared her love for him.
I don't think there can be any doubt that he was dangerously obsessed with the idea of somehow getting close to Violet Cameron.
Lefroy kept to his room by day. At night, he wandered the streets in a fog of jealousy and rage. Then he changed his plans. Lefroy told the tenor, Henry Bracy, that his wealthy benefactor had died. The Offenbach manuscript had been left to Lefroy, as well as £1,000 a year, and that would rise to £10,000 should Lefroy marry. He was convinced that Bracy could introduce him to Violet, and she would have no excuse to turn him down. There was just one problem. Lefroy could pose as a rich man. He fancied that he had the manners and the bearing, but he couldn't write an opera. He found a composer to forge it, but the man wanted £50. £50 Lefroy didn't have.
Percy Lefroy Mapleton at that stage was presumably even more desperate than normal. He seemed to have run out of money completely.
He's put himself in a position where he needs to pay £50 to a composer if he's going to be able to produce anything, to be able to carry through his scheme, at least to meet Violet, even if it never gets staged. He's got money owing, he's got goods in pawn, and he has absolutely no legitimate income.
Lefroy despaired. He had promised Bracy the opera by July. He'd pawned his best clothes and owed money all over town. But then, a miracle. A friend who owed Lefroy 10 guineas promised to lend him £100. On the 24th of June, Lefroy met the man at Charing Cross Station. His friend cheerfully handed him a cheque, then dashed away to his train. Lefroy, giddy with excitement, hurried to the bank. But his friend had lied. The cheque was no good. there was no money. All Lefroy's promises and his grand plans came crashing down. In a matter of days, he would be exposed as a charlatan, and his dream of winning Violet's heart would crumble. He had to do something. On Monday the 27th of June, 1881, Percy Lefroy Mapleton woke late. He lived with his cousin Annie and her family in the town of Wallington, South London. He told them he worked as a journalist for the Era newspaper, but that was just another lie. His days were spent obsessing over the young actress Violet Cameron and scheming up ways to win her heart. Lefroy was desperate for money. His debts were growing. His opera scam was about to fall apart. But that Monday, he swore, was the day he would fix all that.
There is this crisis. He hasn't got the Offenbach script. He's in debt. He's pawning his clothes. He is a desperate man.
He thought somehow or other in his mind, perhaps, that if he could steal some money by some means or other, then his problems would be solved and he would move on to realise his ambitions.
I think it's a measure of just how deep his obsession was, that he doesn't seem to look beyond a desperate scheme to acquire money.
Just before 10 a.m., Lefroy called for his favourite nephew, Melville. He had an errand for the boy. He pressed a letter into the 7-year-old's hand and asked him to run it over to a nearby newsagent. Melville delivered the letter to Albert Ellis at his shop. It said that Melville's mother, the heavily pregnant Annie, had an order to place and asked Mr. Ellis to please call on them at once. After luring the newsagent away, Lefroy snuck out of the house and around the corner to the shop. He owed Ellis more than £1 and told the young assistant left in charge he wished to settle his bill. Lefroy handed the teenager an envelope telling him it had 2 sovereigns in it. The shop boy gave him 13 shillings in change. The teenager didn't open the envelope until Lefroy had left, and inside were a single shilling and 2 worthless antique medals. Having settled his debt and made a pretty profit doing so, Lefroy hurried away to Wallington Station. He caught the 10:49 train to London Bridge. It was time for the next part of his plan. He headed for Borough High Street. At number 25 stood the Adams and Hilstead pawnbrokers.
London was saturated with pawnbrokers at the time, and we need not think of this necessarily as something that was just for the destitute.
You pledge an article and you can borrow money against that article, and then when you've got the money back again, you can redeem it.
If the ticket wasn't redeemed at the declared time, then the pawnbroker would sell the items and make his profit that way.
The pawnbroker's function was there to enable you to keep up a facade of respectability. It's absolutely telling that the 2 busiest days for the pawnbroker were Saturday and Monday. You get your wages, you go, you redeem your Sunday best, you wear it out for whatever purpose, and then come Monday, you brush it down, make it look as respectable as you possibly can, and you return it to pawn.
Lefroy was a regular customer at the pawnbrokers. He'd pledged an overcoat there for 10 shillings. He'd got more than £1 for his dress suit, and he'd received another 5 shillings for a 6-chambered revolver. On the morning of the 27th of June, Lefroy came to get his pistol back.
Well, someone who was using pawn shops to quite the excessive degree that Lefroy was is suggestive of rather roguish, shadowy figure.
We're not talking about lots of money, we're talking about 5 shillings or £1 or 10 shillings, tiny sums of money, all of which help him exist on a sort of a day-to-day basis.
It suggests someone who's on the margins of deprivation, who doesn't have a secure, solid, respectable, grounded existence, which is what the Victorians told people they should aspire to.
Lefroy returned to London Bridge. He bought a first-class ticket for Brighton. In the waiting room, under cover of a newspaper, he loaded his gun. It was nearly 2 o'clock. The Brighton express train was getting ready to depart when Lefroy hurried down the platform.
They're all individual compartments in those days, so you couldn't get on at one part of the train and walk down the corridor to find who you were looking for.
He'd hoped to commit a robbery without violence, that simply waving the pistol in the face of some timid commuter would enable him to commit a robbery and get away with it. But it was so ill thought through.
He spotted a man sat alone in a first-class compartment. He was eating strawberries. Lefroy climbed in. 2 minutes later, the train pulled out of London Bridge Station. And soon, row after row of tightly packed streets were flashing by the window. But faced with the reality of what he had planned, Lefroy faltered. Every time he glanced at the man seemed to stare back. Lefroy grew nervous.
The man was looking at him in a peculiar way. Well, Percy Lefroy Mapleton was a bit odd himself.
Now, we know subsequently from other evidence that the man was George Austin. Now, Lefroy thinks from the man's stares that he knows that Lefroy is going to attack him, is going to kill him. He becomes frightened. What he doesn't know is that Austin is staring at him because Austin is incredibly short-sighted. And he's staring at him to try and focus, but Lefroy completely misinterprets him.
Lefroy could bear it no longer. At East Croydon, he got out. And further down the train, he saw another man sitting alone in another first-class compartment. He was dozing with a handkerchief over his head. Lefroy reboarded the train. This time, he told himself, he wouldn't hesitate. If dear Violet was to be his, now was the time for courage. The train accelerated to its top speed of 50 miles an hour. It whistled into the darkness of Merstham Tunnel. The train sped on south. Soon it rattled past the cottage of Anne Brown in Hawley. Through the windows of her front room, Mrs. Brown and her daughter had a clear view of the passengers inside.
According to the 2 women, they were watching the trains go by, just passing an idle hour.
They thought they saw 2 men fighting together in one of the compartments.
It's very difficult to know for certain, but I suspect that they at least saw something, the beginnings of an attack.
The train was soon approaching the outskirts of Brighton. At 3:20 p.m, it pulled into Preston Park Station, 1.5 miles north of the town centre. Waiting on the platform was ticket collector Richard Gibson. As the train slowed, he saw a man leaning out of a first-class compartment, beckoning to him.
Immediately, he saw something wrong because he wasn't wearing a hat. All men wore hats. And not only did he have no hat, but he was covered in blood.
He was in a very physically shaken state. He was in a very mentally shaken state.
When they looked at him, they looked at his feet, And from his shoe, they could see that there was a gold chain. So the ticket collector pulled on the gold chain and then came out a gold watch from his shoe. He said, well, what's this? And Percy Lefroy Mapleton said, well, I don't know anything about this.
Later on, he claims that it was his watch and chain which he'd actually put into his shoe for safekeeping.
I think he was just in a state of shock, a state of panic, and he never subsequently achieved real clarity.
Another ticket collector and the station master gathered around Lefroy. He told the railwaymen that he'd been attacked on board, fired at 3 or 4 times, and struck over the head with a blunt instrument. The compartment was covered in blood. There were bullet holes in the cushions, there were bloody fingerprints on the footboard. But there was no sign of the man with the handkerchief. Percy Lefroy Mapleton was a good liar. He always had been. And now found blooded and bruised in a train compartment at Preston Park. He had quite the story to tell.
Initially, the railway staff are puzzled. They can't make any sense of Lefroy's story.
He says that he'd been attacked by 2 men, one a countryman and the other an old gentleman.
He very quickly changes his story so that the elderly gentleman isn't attacking him, it's only the countryman. The elderly gentleman sort of disappears, except that later on he reappears and the countryman disappears briefly, and it is the elderly gentleman who is attacking him.
They saw that he was obviously in a state, so the station master made sure that the ticket collector got back on the train with Percy Lefroy Mapleton, and they took him down the line to Brighton to the end. At Brighton, the police inspector started to question Percy Lefroy Mapleton and exactly what had happened.
As Lefroy was spinning his tale, 20 miles away, a railway platelayer was walking with his nephew through Balcombe Tunnel. Thomas Jennings was employed to inspect and maintain the tracks. With a naphtha lamp to light the way, Jennings walked the length of the soot-black tunnel, eyes peeled for any damage or obstruction. At around 4 p.m, he spotted something.
They saw a bundle, a heap, lying by the side of the track, and initially thought that something had been thrown out of a train window. They get closer and they realise it's a body.
He was obviously dead. They found some correspondence with his name on, and so they could identify him.
The dead man was Frederick Isaac Gold. He was 64 years old and lived with his wife Lydia just a few hundred yards from Preston Park Station. On the 27th of June, Gold had left home early and caught the 8:45 train from Brighton to London Bridge.
It was a regular trip that he took. He had retired to Preston Park. He had spent a long and successful career as a master baker. He'd had a series of shops that in his early 60s he'd sold off.
But he keeps one shop on because he looks on this as potentially as being something which he could hand on to his 14-year-old nephew.
He was not running it on a day-to-day basis, but he still maintained an interest. He was still the big boss, and so he would go up check that things were well, inspect the takings, and take them home with him.
That morning, there were £38, 5 shillings and a penny, and Gold deposited the money at his bank in Whitechapel and prepared for the trip home. Just before 2 p.m, he took a seat in a first-class compartment on the Brighton Express. Two hours after Gold boarded the train in London, his body was found in Balcombe Tunnel. The fall from the train had inflicted terrible injuries. Gold's skull was crushed and his leg gashed open, but he'd been through an ordeal even before that. A bullet was found in his spine, and the doctors counted 14 different knife wounds on his body. It was clear Frederick Gold had suffered a vicious assault. But news of the discovery in the tunnel didn't reach Brighton immediately. There, police were wondering what to do with the strange young man who'd got off the train at Preston Park.
Because of his blood-stained appearance, they got him taken to hospital and cleaned up. And in fact, the doctors at the hospital sort of clarified that actually he only had very superficial scratches. He didn't have any serious injuries at all.
What they think is that Lefroy had expected to make away with himself in a state of temporary insanity and was still suffering from that.
They gave him to Detective Sergeant George Holmes to accompany back to his lodgings in Wallington.
Lefroy boarded the 6:10 train for London. When the train stopped at Balcombe Station, the detectives heard about the man found dead in the tunnel. But they didn't suspect Lefroy. At East Croydon, they received a telegram asking them to check the serial number of the watch spotted in Lefroy's shoe. The number Lefroy gave didn't match the watch. But still, the police did not suspect him.
The real mistake is made by Holmes, who has clearly been lulled into a sense of false security and doesn't take Lefroy seriously.
Thinking of him as a potential suicide, the police tended to treat him with sort of kid gloves, and they were quite sympathetic to him.
George Holmes knows that a dead body has been found, knows that Mapleton's possession of the watch is distinctly suspicious, but nevertheless carries on to Croydon with him, takes a cab and takes him to his address in Wallington.
After taking a written statement, the officer wished Lefroy a good night. The detective walked around the corner to Wallington Station. An urgent telegram was waiting for him there. It said Lefroy was not to be let out of his sight. The policeman hurried back to the house in Cathcart Road. He'd not been gone 10 minutes, but Percy Lefroy Mapleton had vanished.
The police investigation was completely bungled at this point.
It was pretty clear that he was the main murder suspect. He'd been effectively in police custody, and the police had let him go.
Police scoured the country for Lefroy. Detectives could find no photograph of their fugitive, and they relied instead on a drawing by the owner of the King's Arms in Carshalton. Lefroy had been a regular there, and the publican knew him well. The sketch found its way to the press. On the 1st of July, it was published in the Daily Telegraph.
This is the first time such a thing had been amplified by the full might of the British mass media, which was described around about the same time as the nerve centre of the world.
We know that in the first days after the publishing of the sketch, that it nearly sent the police pretty much across the country round the bend.
People thought they'd seen him or might have seen him all over the country because remember the Daily Telegraph in London, it's read in the furthest flung pockets of the country.
One man was arrested on the mail train from Paddington to Devon, but it turned out not to be the right man. One man was arrested in Shoebury-Ness in Essex. Again, he was eliminated.
Anybody who broadly looked like Lefroy, or rather like that drawing, was likely to find himself being the focus of very much unwanted attention.
Lefroy was, in fact, still in London. After 3 days wandering the streets, he had found his way to a lodging house in Stepney. He pretended to be an engraver from Liverpool, newly arrived in the city. He kept to his room, barely venturing out. It wasn't the first time the 21-year-old had been on the run from the police. In 1878, he had posed as a theatrical manager and engaged a company of actors to perform a play in Gloucester. It seemed the 18-year-old Lefroy planned to abscond with the box office takings. But when the company arrived in Gloucester, Lefroy was nowhere to be found. The play never went ahead, and the furious actors began hounding Lefroy for compensation. When police began to take an interest in the affair, the young man decided a trip abroad was advisable for his health. In December 1878, he left for Australia.
Now, he's obviously made some money out of this scam because a man who is generally short of cash gets on this boat to Australia and he's got some £40 in cash.
I don't think he's really got any practical plans beyond that.
By the time he reaches Australia, he's lost £7 of it. But he says he lands in Australia, he's got a good suit and £32 of cash. So for a time, he starts enjoying himself, goes to regattas, theatres, and he's enjoying himself and living quite comfortably. Then he suddenly realises that the money is running out.
Lefroy wired his family for more funds. Instead, they sent him a ticket home. By the end of September 1879, he was back in England. He'd scorned the chance of a new start.
He's out of the country for about 9.5 months. And 4.5 months of that he's in Australia. The rest of the time he's travelling backwards and forwards between Britain and Australia.
He's learned no lesson from that, except that actually people are willing to listen to a scheme that offers them the possibility of profit.
He returned to London and to his obsession with the young actress Violet Cameron. It was an obsession that would lead him to murder. But killing Frederick Gold had earned Lefroy little more than a few shillings and a gold watch. By the 7th of July, after 10 days a fugitive, he was growing desperate. He could not hide forever. He had to flee or face capture. He composed a telegram and asked his landlady to send it. It was a secret message to his cousin Frank. Percy Lefroy Mapleton was planning an escape. The telegram that arrived at the office of solicitor J.T. Hutchinson was a confusing one. It was from a man calling himself Mr. Clark and requested his wages be delivered to an address in Stepney that evening. But nobody by that name worked at the office, and the last line of the telegram was even more baffling. Flour tomorrow, not 33. The telegram was intended for Frank Seal. Seal was a general copying clerk at the solicitor's office. He was also Percy Lefroy Mapleton's cousin.
I think he's decided that he's not cut out for robbery, so he has to try something else.
This is a sort of a desperate way of trying to get in touch with Frank for him to come and see him and help him out with some money.
But if the telegram contained a coded cry for help, Seal didn't understand it. Lefroy's desperate gambit would only succeed in bringing the police straight to his door. The landlady at Lefroy's lodging house in Stepney had grown suspicious of her tenant, and on the 8th of July she sent her daughter to J.T. Hutchinson's to find out more about the mysterious newcomer.
She's told that nobody of that name works there, but she then gets chatting with one of the clerks and tells the clerk of her mother's suspicions about their lodger. The clerk quickly realises who she's talking about, that it's Lefroy. And so that evening, after work, he goes to Scotland Yard, tells them where they can find Lefroy, and he gets the £200 reward.
At 7:45, on the evening of the 8th of July, a cab pulled up outside the Stepney lodging house. Inside were 3 policemen. One guarded the front of the house, one the back, and one went inside. Percy Lefroy Mapleton was sat in his room upstairs. He denied the murder, but did not resist arrest. The manhunt was over.
He was tracked down because of his desperation for money, more than anything else.
Scotland Yard eventually arrested Percy Mapleton 10 days after the murder, and he was put on trial down at Maidstone Assizes.
Lefroy's trial began on Friday the 4th of November 1881. Lefroy told another version of the story he'd first told the ticket inspectors at Preston Park. He was innocent. He'd been attacked by a mysterious countryman who robbed and murdered Frederick Gold, stuffed Mr. Gold's watch in Lefroy's shoe, and then jumped off a speeding train, never to be seen again. It was not a compelling defence.
The defence could have argued for insanity, but because of Lefroy's insistence on the third person being in the coach, such a defence is impossible. It can't be argued.
Montague Williams, his defence counsel, commented that any time that he saw journalists paying attention to him, he seemed to preen, to respond. What he had attempted to do before appearing in the dock was redeem his evening clothes from pawn. He wanted to turn up in full evening dress in the dock.
He thought this would impress the jury. What he was allowed to have was his silk hat, which he had kept on the ledge in front of him, and he would often be toying with that or turning it and looking at it.
He spends much of the trial focusing on that, almost to the exclusion of anything else. He spends very little time responding to what is going on around him.
Lefroy was so convinced his story would be believed, he booked a cab to whisk him away after his acquittal. But the jury didn't share his delusions. After just 10 minutes deliberation, they returned to court with a verdict of guilty. Lefroy was sentenced to death. Before he was taken away, he turned to the jury. "Someday, when too late," he said, "you will learn that you have murdered me." He was taken from Maidstone Crown Court to the prison in Lewes, and it was there he would face execution. Lefroy had 3 weeks to live. At first, it seems he still believed he might escape his fate. He clung to his story about the murderous countryman. Then he tried to confess to another killing, hoping an investigation might postpone his execution. But the authorities dismissed his claims, as they did his solicitor's plea of insanity. As the end drew near, Lefroy looked back at his short and eventful life. He began to write.
The autobiography that Lefroy wrote in prison is rather a bizarre but quite mesmerising blend of fact, fiction, fantasy, outright lies, and earnest confession.
He describes his emotions, his sensations. He describes how he came to the desperate and horrid conclusion that he had no choice but robbery. He makes himself almost the hero of an adventure story.
He sort of packed his sentences full of drama, and it was beautifully overwritten and colourful and garish and sort of leapt out at you. He's still trying to leave a legacy, still trying to have some kind of monument to what had become, sadly, rather a pitiful and murderous existence.
In high-flown language, Lefroy told his story, a tangle of fact and fantasy that is hard even now to unravel. But he made one thing clear. He did kill Frederick Gold.
He said that he had been trying to steal some money. Frederick Gold had put his handkerchief over his head and fallen asleep, and his purse had fallen down on the floor. And he could see there were some coins there. And he'd been tempted to pick them up, but as soon as he moved, Frederick Gold immediately jumped up and accused him of trying to steal his purse and his money from the floor.
He indicates that he only turned to murder when Gold fought back, when he was taken by surprise.
And he blurs the actual moment of Mr. Gold's disappearance out of the carriage. When the door opens, there is darkness, a scream, a yell. It conjures up the atmosphere, but we've not got specific details.
It showed absolutely no moral consciousness of having done something wrong. And it's that aspect which really strongly comes across in the autobiography, that he is not sorry for what he has done.
Percy Lefroy Mapleton murdered Frederick Gold, and he did it for Violet Cameron. His obsession with the famous actress remained undimmed, and from his condemned cell he wrote to her. Soon he was telling his solicitor that she'd written back. Violet had forgiven him, he said, and even enclosed flowers for the poor or doomed man. The actress, of course, had done no such thing. Her only response to Lefroy came in a letter to the Daily Telegraph. She had never met him or exchanged words with him. She had no idea who he was. His delusions had made a thief of Percy Lefroy Mapleton. They had made him a murderer. And on the morning of the 29th of November 1881, they carried him to the gallows. It was the evening of Sunday, the 29th of September, 1895. Detective Constable William Henry Osborne waited on the platform at Wigan Northwest Station. The 8 o'clock train from Manchester was due, and Osborne was expecting someone. For 2 months, the 33-year-old railway police officer had been watching the goods yard at Wigan. Night after night, a gang of thieves had targeted the wagons there, cutting through cords and sheets and making off with whatever they could carry. Osborne hadn't been able to stop them, but tonight would be different.
The murder was actually quite an important and traumatic event. He was the first police officer for the London North West Railway Company to lose his life in the execution of his duty.
This is something that affects not just the people immediately involved and their families, but the wider community. All of a sudden, you are in territory which you've never bargained for.
Osborne could hear the familiar chug of the approaching engine. He peered into the darkness. Billowing smoke and steam revealed the train coming round the bend. It was carrying another detective employed by the London and North Western Railway. With his colleagues' help, Osborne hoped his luck would change. The train jolted to a halt. Osborne raised his hand as 37-year-old Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd stepped down onto the platform. Kidd was well known on the force, an experienced police officer, a man who knew his business. Osborne smiled. Yes, he was sure. Tonight would be different. Earlier that same evening, less than half a mile from Wigan Northwest Station, 4 friends had met for a drink in the New Inn on Warrington Road. William Halliwell was 31. He was a coal miner, as were the others with him, 2 half-brothers, Elijah Winstanley and Bill Kearsley. The men's work was exhausting, filthy, and dangerous.
You're looking at very long shifts. You're looking at days that start first thing in the morning and then go on for a good 12 hours.
The inhalation of coal dust meant that by the early 20s, men's lungs were completely mottled. By the time they reached their 60s, should they reach their 60s, then their lungs were coal black.
The miners had to dig out the coal very often by hand, a lot of hard manual labour underground, a very difficult, dark, dangerous job.
The miners faced flooding. There was a danger of roofs collapsing, props breaking. So there was a tremendous amount of danger.
The mining was particularly dangerous because they're mining something called cannel coal, which is very gassy. So there's a real danger of explosions.
William Halliwell worked in one of the hundreds of pits that surrounded Wigan. It was a town transformed by the Industrial Revolution. In 1800, it had been a small market town of just 10,000 inhabitants. But by the end of the century, its population had grown 5-fold. As well as collieries, there were brick factories, breweries, ironworks, and mills. Smoke choked the town's air and blackened its stones.
Within a 90-mile radius of Wigan, there were some 1,000 coal pits, and this all contributed to the wealth and expansion of the town. By 1820, the town was gaslit. It had its own public park, its own library.
Wigan is a long-established coal town. More recently, it developed into a cotton town, and then, more recently still, into a railway town.
Wigan was the place between Manchester, Liverpool. It was on a good position to act as something of a transport hub.
It's crowded, it's busy, there's a lot of speculative building, a lot of speculative enterprises going on in Wigan. It's a small-time boom town, maybe, but very definitely a boom town.
To the south of the town, in the shadow of the railway line, stood a terrace of tiny cottages, Kay's houses.
They are basically slum housing, and not that good slum housing, even so.
There would be 2 rooms up, 2 rooms down for each one, and they were actually shared typically by two families.
The families there are either related directly and closely by blood or by long-standing community familial feeling.
William Halliwell lived at number 6, Bill Kearsley at number 2, and Elijah Winstanley at number 22. Halliwell and his wife had 4 living children, all under the age of 10. And this was by no means unusual. Winstanley had 5 children. The older man, Kearsley, had 9. A lot of mouths to feed.
Your life could be extremely hard. Some miners lived a poor and a precarious existence with overcrowded housing, poor housing, and uncertain incomes.
The houses and their livings were all revolved around the coal mine. For the men, there was little to fall back on, and if they had no employment in the coal mine, then work elsewhere was very, very difficult.
It was hard physical work. There was always the possibility of industrial accidents or people simply injuring themselves.
In 1893, after a fall in coal prices, pit owners had demanded a 25% cut in wages. Miners across the country went on strike. At the Acton Hall colliery in Yorkshire, troops were deployed. 2 miners were shot dead. The strike was finally settled by less violent government intervention. A conciliation board was set up with representatives from both sides. Miners returned to work, initially on their old salary, before agreeing to a 10% cut in 1894.
There was a decline in demand for English coal, and in particular for the kinds of coal that were being mined in Lancashire.
The miners wanted better working conditions, better housing, better living conditions. This would have cut into the owners' profits.
So, while officially sorted, relations between mine owners and miners were not good in 1895.
For men like William Halliwell in Wigan, it was always a stretch to make ends meet. But there was usually a penny or two spare for a beer on a Sunday evening. On the 29th of September 1895, Halliwell and his friends had finished their drinks at the New Inn just after 7 in the evening. They were heading, they loudly declared, to another pub they liked, the Fox Tavern on Chapel Lane. The men walked down the Warrington Road and cut over the fields. The moon was almost full, and they could see their way clearly as they crossed the waste ground and passed under the railway. They could go straight on over another field and across a footbridge to reach the pub, but they didn't do that. To their left was the dilapidated terrace known locally as Kay's Houses. This was where they met the others. The men were not going to another pub that night. They had a different destination in mind. There were police on the railways in Britain from the very beginning. By 1826, the Stockton and Darlington Railway employed a superintendent and 4 regular officers. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway, which opened in 1830, had a policeman stationed at every mile along the track. But the duties of these early railway police had little to do with crime.
The early railway police have no community responsibility. They are answerable solely to the companies that set up the various forces.
The early role of the transport police was the safety of the railways. This meant policemen patrolling the tracks, making sure there are no obstructions on the track.
When railways were first established, the railway engines that pulled the trains weren't always very reliable. Sometimes the boilers blew up, the technology wasn't very good. There was no signalling system either. They had to make sure that there was no accidents and it was properly organised. So in the very early days, the railway companies employed constables for controlling the rail traffic.
Mechanical signalling and the electric telegraph put an end to that. No more would policemen be guiding trains with flags and hand signals, but there was still plenty for them to do on Britain's growing railway network. The Carriers Act of 1830 had made railway companies legally responsible for the goods they transported. Compensation had to be paid in the event of loss or theft.
From the start, the railways provided new opportunities for old style of crime.
It was all very petty stuff. It wasn't major crime that the transport police were dealing with.
The companies needed to make sure that the goods that they carried were safe, because their profits depended on not losing so much in the way of goods that people would not use their services to transport their goods.
By 1850, the London and North Western Railway employed more than 700 constables on their lines. In 1863, they formed their own detective department, and 32 years later, William Henry Osborne was one of them. He'd been stationed at Holyhead and Salford after that, and in early 1895, he was sent to Wigan.
His job was really to detect offences when they happened. Sometimes it was employees of the railway company, sometimes it was the passengers.
There were always people who wanted to cheat the railway company of their fares, travelling first class on a third class ticket, say, things like that, worried the companies.
There was an engine driver who had stolen a crate of whiskey, for instance. There was a drunken chef who'd caused troubles, who had to be arrested.
He has to deal with recalcitrant passengers, with odd brawls on the railway. The most regular duty he seems to have had was trying to police the goods siding at Wigan.
These railway trucks were in the sidings, unattended, and for a number of weeks they'd been pilfering.
The railway companies were trying to do this on the cheap. It was cheaper to pay for a couple of railway detectives than to put up really secure fencing and other precautions around the goods yards.
The wagons were left overnight from Saturday until Monday morning. So Sunday was the prime time for thieving to take place in the goods yard.
Railway companies generally accepted a steady level of pilfering so long as it was small. When it became too regular and too sizable, then the complaints of customers were likely to mean that the company felt that it had to do something. And at Wigan, the level of pilfering had reached a level that was of real concern to the railway company.
On the night of the 29th of September, Osborne and a second railway detective, a sergeant named Robert Kidd, had been ordered to keep watch over the goods yard. In plain clothes, they walked south along the track from Wigan North West Station. The line was elevated above the town. Lamplighters were at their work below, tracing the streets in flame, mapping out the darkness. If he'd wanted to, Osborne could have looked to his right and picked out home, a few hundred yards away on Hodson Street. His youngest child, Elsie, had just turned 1, and his wife Sarah was probably rocking her to sleep. There were no gas lamps here on the railway, but the moon was bright that night. Osborne peered over the wall beside the line, down into the goods yard.
The railway sidings at Wigan were used for storing sort of goods trucks when they were being shunted and put into different trains to be taken off to Liverpool, Manchester or to the north.
The goods were covered by tarpaulins, tied down with rope or string, and so it was an easy matter to cut the cord, cut the string, roll back the tarpaulin, and then take what was available, or some of what was available, inside the wagons.
Osborne couldn't see anyone in the yard. He and Detective Sergeant Kidd continued down the track to the end of the wall. Crouching there was a man. "Hello, what do you want?" said Osborne. The man shot up. "Hi up, lads, have you got it?" he called, and sprang away into the yard. Osborne and Kidd rushed after him. The detectives rounded the corner. 5 or 6 other men scattered into the darkness. Kidd bolted after them as Osborne leapt onto the first man they'd seen.
He seems to have tackled the man as he tried to run away. Man who's distinctly fit, fights back, and fights back hard.
There was a lot of punching and kicking and rolling around on the ground.
Meantime, his colleague had chased after other people who were also involved in the stealing.
Osborne couldn't see what was happening, but there was obviously this fight going on.
All of a sudden, as Henry Osborne was really getting control of this man, a second man came up and kicked him in the shins, and then a third man came up and he could see a knife.
It shone like glass in the moonlight. Osborne barely had time to get to his feet. He couldn't even grab his truncheon properly. Instead, he swung it by the leather strap. It whipped through the air, smashing into the advancing man's hand. With a yelp of pain, he fell back. The 2 newcomers scattered. Osborne tried to give chase, but already limping, soon fell behind. He turned back to the first man, grappling with him once again as he tried to make his escape.
The original man had gathered strength. He actually took Osborne's truncheon from him, hit him with the truncheon, and knocked him senseless.
He seems to have managed to wrench the truncheon away from Osborne and hit him over the head with it, giving him concussion and taking advantage of his dazed condition to escape.
All the thieves had escaped. Osborne limped back to the goods yard. And by the wall, he saw Detective Kidd.
It's a bright moonlight night, and it's sufficient for Osborne to see that Kidd is bleeding, and bleeding badly.
Kidd was on his hands and knees, and Osborne said that he could hear sort of blood falling. Kidd said, "Is that you, Osborne? Could you give me something to drink? I'm thirsty." Osborne could do very little to help him.
Osborne tried to lift Kidd. The injured man hung loosely from his arms. Osborne could feel the blood running out of him. He managed a few stumbling steps, maybe 10 yards at most. Then William Henry Osborne collapsed. The fight with the railway detective had left William Halliwell bruised and exhausted. He could feel his left eye swelling already, and his leg throbbed from where the policeman had hit him with the truncheon. Halliwell had been keeping watch in the goods yard, while others went to see what could be had from the wagons.
They'd actually gone into the goods yards to steal a bag of coal. What they'd actually taken was a jar of sweets and 3 tins of condensed milk.
Very different from today, where we're used to having metal containers that are very secure. These railway trucks, they'd be very often open trucks, covered in tarpaulin or some other covering, and they'd either be roped down or even sometimes with fairly strong string.
The goods yards are very, very poorly secured. It's easy enough in the very large number of wagons to sneak up, to sneak in, to target a wagon or two wagons and get away with a profitable handful of goods.
Halliwell had not been on watch 15 minutes when the two policemen arrived. He struggled to piece together what had happened after that. He was fighting the first policeman, scrambling over the hard ground, but he had no idea what his friends had been up to until they rushed out of the darkness to join him. Halliwell knew they had to get their stories straight. He had to find the others before the police did. Luckily, he knew where he might find them. The Fox Tavern stood on the corner of Chapel Lane and Bridge Street. Halliwell stepped through the door at around 9:30. Almost an hour had passed since the fight at the goods yard, and there was Elijah Winstanley with a drink in his hand.
They discussed what had actually happened. Halliwell said that he'd been hit about the head by Osborne and he'd been punched and kicked. But Winstanley said that he'd actually stabbed Kidd several times.
Winstanley is reported to have said that he didn't think that the man he'd stabbed would survive.
That puts things on an entirely different footing for Halliwell. Halliwell has been very probably involved in pilfering before. This is the business of the magistrates' courts. And in the magistrates' courts, 4/5 of all prison sentences are for a month or less. All of a sudden, he's involved in something that is an indictable offence. And I think he starts panicking from that moment.
As Halliwell and Winstanley drank, the investigation into what had happened in the goods yard was already underway. William Henry Osborne had managed to crawl to a signal box and get help. An engine was sent down the line. They assumed there had been an accident, that the detectives had been hit by a train. It was only when they brought Kidd's body back to the station that it became clear what had happened.
The doctor was called, but it was too late. He'd lost an awful lot of blood and he'd actually died.
Part of a finger was missing. He'd been stabbed in the neck and the face and the head.
9 wounds were counted. The jugular was affected, the windpipe was affected. The identifiable deep stab wounds elsewhere to the head were an indication of a frenzied assault.
At the post-mortem, the doctor said that some of the injuries could only have been inflicted if Kidd was unconscious or had been held by somebody other than the person doing the stabbing.
Robert Kidd was the first railway policeman to be murdered on duty. The 37-year-old had been married with 7 young children. He'd been on the city force in Manchester before joining the London and North Western Railway in 1885. He was a well-liked and respected officer. Investigators had a strong suspicion where the culprits for his murder might be found.
There was no real evidence apart from what William Osborne could tell them. They really ended up going by their instincts in where the suspects were most likely to be.
The mass raid on Kay's houses was almost inevitable because so many of the men living in the houses had got convictions for stealing from the wagons.
They were simply on the balance of probabilities convinced that one or all of the culprits were going to be found in that location.
The police went from door to door. At number 2, they found Bill Kearsley in his bed. He had several cuts and scratches on his hands and face. Kearsley was well known to police. He had 2 convictions, one for stealing books, another for assaulting a gamekeeper while out night poaching. He was arrested, told to get dressed, and taken to Wigan police station.
Kearsley is an interesting character. He very clearly had, I suppose, what you could call charm. He seems to have been widely liked, and the mere fact that Kearsley is whistling, sitting on his step in his shirt sleeves and going, "I know nothing," is going to cut no ice. He is the person who they are most likely to suspect of having been involved.
They took him to the hospital where William Osborne was a patient. The doctors said he was fit enough to try and identify them, so they actually put him on an identification parade at the hospital, and he picked out Bill Kearsley as the man who'd kicked him in the shins.
When more men returned to Kay's houses throughout the night, the police were waiting for them. They arrested Richard Pritchard and a nephew of Kearsley's named David Millington. Later they caught Ralph Birchall, James Wellens, and another of Kearsley's half-brothers, James Winstanley. But there was no sign of Elijah, who lived at number 22, nor of William Halliwell from number 6. Halliwell had seen the police going house to house. He'd snuck away while he had the chance and passed the night sleeping on a barge. He waited until Tuesday when he was sure the police had left before daring to come home. But it was a ruse.
What the police did, they made a pretense of all the uniformed officers withdrawing from Kay's houses and pretended, in fact, that they had finished their inquiries. But they left a couple of officers in plain clothes behind, hiding, and then, sure enough, Halliwell reappeared a few hours later.
The fact that he'd gone home thinking he was safe, thinking he had got away with it, was something which rocked him off balance, which helps to explain the events which subsequently unfold.
Late that evening, police finally arrested Elijah Winstanley. He was taken to the Wigan infirmary, where the injured Detective Constable Osborne picked him out of a lineup. 8 men had now been arrested. On Thursday, the 3rd of October, they were brought up at the Borough Police Court. Detectives suspected that all of them had been there that night, but there was no evidence against 5, so they had to be released. Only Elijah Winstanley, Bill Kearsley, and William Halliwell were kept in custody. The 3 miners faced the charge of murder.
There is evidence to show that the pilfering expedition was on a rather grander scale than was actually proceeded with.
The police had to put a sense of priorities because it was more important to convict the murderer.
The railway company chose not to offer any evidence against another 5 or possibly 6 men who were initially suspected of involvement in the pilfering expedition on the goods siding.
But the case against Winstanley and Kearsley was only circumstantial. Nobody had witnessed what had happened behind the wagons. Nobody could say who might have wielded the knife or who might have held the policeman down. If anyone were to be convicted for the murder, police would need more evidence. So, Superintendent Robert McIntosh of the Wigan Police sat down with Halliwell. It was time the 2 of them had a little chat.
Superintendent McIntosh, who was leading the investigation, told Halliwell that if he gave evidence against Kearsley and Winstanley, that he would go free.
Halliwell, I suspect, is the one who seems the most vulnerable. Mackintosh may well have said something to him along the lines of, "If you confess, my lad, it will go much easier on you."
If Halliwell refused, he could receive a long jail sentence or worse. That would be disastrous for his family. They relied on him, on his wage from the pit. Without it, they would sink into even deeper poverty. Halliwell's youngest son was not yet one. He would not survive such hardship. Halliwell had a choice. He could save himself and his family. But that would mean sending two of his closest friends to the gallows. William Halliwell had been one of a gang of men. They had gone to the goods yard at Wigan on the 29th of September 1895, the night that Detective Sergeant Robert Kidd died. One of the others, Elijah Winstanley, had already confessed to the murder. At the magistrate's hearing, he'd screamed from the dock, "I did it! Kill me! Kill me!" But the third man charged, Winstanley's half-brother, Bill Kearsley, still insisted on his innocence. He wasn't there when Kidd died, he said. He had run away. Only the word of his friend, William Halliwell, could contradict him.
By the time that the case is remanded to the assizes by the magistrates in the middle of October, it's fairly clear that Winstanley is understood as the killer of Robert Kidd. The question is how far William Kearsley is involved.
Halliwell's evidence was vital to the prosecution case if they were to convict Kearsley as well as Winstanley.
Halliwell had known Bill Kearsley for many years. It was a close-knit community, they lived close by. So actually it was very difficult for him. It became a matter of life or death.
The trial began in the imposing setting of St George's Hall, Liverpool, on the 26th of November. Kearsley and Winstanley were tried for the murder of Detective Sergeant Kidd. Halliwell faced the lesser charge of causing grievous bodily harm to Detective Constable Osborne.
It was already public knowledge from the newspapers that he in turn informant against Kearsley and Winstanley, obviously to save his life.
I think from the time that he had met Winstanley in the Fox Inn, Halliwell was on edge, upset.
The newspaper report sort of says that actually he was a bit of a shadow of the man he had been a few weeks beforehand because of the stress of the trial.
He knows that the evidence he is going to give linking Kearsley and Winstanley to the murder of Robert Kidd is likely to send one, if not both men, to the gallows.
The stress of it all had taken its toll on Halliwell. He looked ill as he entered the box. He gave his version of what happened that night in the yard. He told the court that both Winstanley and Kearsley had been with him in the Fox Tavern afterwards. That Winstanley had said he stabbed Robert Kidd, and that Bill Kearsley had held the policeman down while he did it. As soon as Halliwell spoke those words, he crashed unconscious out of the witness box. Halliwell was removed from court, and when he'd recovered, he returned to the witness box. He was asked to repeat what he'd said. Halliwell did so in a whimper, then leaned his head on the edge of the witness box and cried.
There was little or no other evidence against Kearsley other than Halliwell's evidence.
It is actually the thing that convinces me that he was accurate, that in some way Kearsley was actually involved in the attack on Kidd.
Halliwell seems to have been beefing up the evidence against Kearsley by saying that he was present in the pub when Winstanley admitted stabbing Robert Kidd several times. According to the landlord of the pub, Winstanley and Halliwell were in the pub on their own. Kearsley, there is evidence to show that he was actually at home, where he was actually seen by one of the policemen carrying out the investigation.
It seems fairly clear that the extent of the injuries is most reasonably, most logically explained by somebody else being involved and in some way holding Kidd down. But to do that, to betray your friend, your close colleague, your worker, is not going to have been easy.
The defence called no witnesses. By the afternoon, the judge was already summing up the case and asking the jurors for their verdict. Without even leaving their seats, the 12 men came to a decision. Elijah Winstanley and Bill Kearsley were guilty. They were sentenced to death. The following day, the charge against Halliwell was dismissed. He was free to go. Halliwell could return to his family in Wigan. The others, it seemed, faced certain execution. But then began an extraordinary campaign to save the life of Bill Kearsley.
The petition in favour of Kearsley being given a pardon was prompted when Winstanley burst out and told the court that he alone was guilty of the murder, that Kearsley was not present. The jury said that had they had that evidence, they would not have convicted Kearsley of the murder.
There was a lot of local community feeling that perhaps Bill Kearsley certainly wasn't as guilty as Elijah Winstanley, and so there was a lot of sympathy for his position.
Petitions after convictions at the assizes were by this time commonplace. It's very difficult to find a murder conviction where there is not at least one petition.
There was no court of criminal appeal, so nothing could be done about the conviction. It was only the Home Secretary who could do anything about that.
On the 10th of December, the Home Secretary made his decision. There was no reprieve for Elijah Winstanley. The 29-year-old was hanged at Liverpool's Walton Prison on the 17th of December 1895. He left behind a wife and 5 young children. But his half-brother was spared. Bill Kearsley's sentence was commuted to hard labour. He was released from Dartmoor Prison in 1903. He returned home to Wigan and found employment at a steelworks.
Kearsley returns to his community, but interestingly, he returns a changed man. He has reformed and become a teetotaler. So when his erstwhile friends offer to buy him drinks, one of the most striking things about his return is that he says no.
In Kearsley's case, there was a great sense of feeling among the public that he had been unjustly convicted of the murder of Robert Kidd. And so there was a lot of sympathy for his situation, especially as Winstanley had stressed all along that only he was involved in the murder.
In the years after the murder, Detective Constable William Henry Osborne left the railway police, but not the railways. He became a fireman and remained one until his retirement. He died in 1928. William Halliwell remained a coal miner, though he moved away from Kay's houses and the community there. His decision to turn Queen's evidence may have saved his family from the workhouse, but times were still hard. A few weeks after Winstanley's execution, pit owners demanded another 10% cut in miners' wages. The Conciliation Board, set up after the 1893 strike, collapsed. For men like Halliwell and their families, life became even more precarious. At the dawn of the 20th century, the fight over conditions and wages for men working underground had only just begun. The crowd had gathered early. It was Tuesday, the 5th of July, 1910. The second day in a trial that had gripped the city of Newcastle. A colliery clerk had been murdered on the train to Allenmouth. Hundreds of pounds had gone missing, and a local man had been arrested. A huge crowd lingered around the court that summer morning. A lucky few had seats in the public gallery, but the rest would have to wait for newspaper reports of the drama that was to unfold. For this was the day the defendant would speak. This was the day John Alexander Dickman would tell his side of the story.
This was only the 6th murder in a railway carriage in the past half century, and it created very much a local sensation.
This was the first case of any similar murder in the north of England on a railway train. So it was actually a kind of very shocking thing to have occurred.
The physical evidence that the prosecution could present was actually very limited. The other evidence is very largely circumstantial, and that was the great weakness of the prosecution case.
John Nisbet was 44 years old. Married with 2 children, he led a happy, comfortable life. He was clerk and bookkeeper at the Stobswood Colliery Company, where he'd worked for many years.
He lived just on the outskirts of Newcastle, and he was a wages clerk. A lot of mines in Northumberland at the time, and his job involved making up the wages and paying the wages.
John Nisbet was an ordinary man. He was trusted, he was liked, he was respected by his employers, he was approachable and cheerful.
Nisbet lived at 180 Heaton Road with his wife Cicely and their 2 teenage daughters. On the morning of Friday the 18th of March 1910, he left home and headed for the office of the Stobswood Colliery Company on Quayside, the commercial heart of Newcastle. And there he was handed a cheque, £370, 9 shillings and 6pence, the wages for the pit at Widrington.
Nisbet did this every 2 weeks. He would go to Newcastle and cash a cheque for the workmen's wages. He would then take this money back to the colliery and pay this money out.
It would be the payroll for the whole of that colliery, probably. By today's standards, you'd think very poor security to just go on your own in a train with that amount of money with you.
It was normal for such large amounts to be carried in this apparently informal way. People didn't really think about the risks.
Nisbet cashed the cheque at the Lloyds Bank and headed for Newcastle Central Station. Nisbet caught the 10:27 a.m. service to Allenmouth. It was due at Widdrington Station just over an hour later. The colliery was a short walk from there. But Nisbet never arrived.
At the end of the line, the porter did his usual routine. He went through the train, opened the compartment doors to check if anything was there.
The guard saw that the window in one particular carriage was down, went to close it when he saw a stream of blood and a pair of smashed glasses.
Nisbet's body was found stuffed in a fetal position underneath one of the carriage seats.
He'd been shot in the head 5 times, which suggests that the murderer wanted to make sure that Nisbet was thoroughly dead. There was no question of him surviving the shots.
The murderer must have been just fired directly into Nisbet's face as he was sitting opposite him or standing opposite him. And then when Nisbet went down, the other 3 shots must have been fired, 2 behind the left ear and 1 behind the right ear.
There was no sign of Nisbet's attacker and no sign of his locked leather money bag. But the police investigation was to move quickly. The 10:27 service had not been a busy one. A number of other passengers had seen John Nisbet at Newcastle Station and on the train, and they said he was with someone. One of those witnesses gave police a name. Three days after the murder, Detective Inspector Andrew Tate knocked on the door of number 1 Lily Avenue. John Alexander Dickman had a lot in common with the dead man. Like Nisbet, Dickman was in his mid-40s and had been a Newcastle man his whole life. He too was happily married with 2 children. He'd even worked for a coal mine in the past as well. But whereas Nisbet was steadily employed, the man accused of killing him had a more varied career.
John Dickman is an interesting character. He was middle class, middling middle class, but Dickman did not follow the tenets of respectability. He did not behave as most middle class people would do.
John Dickman used to be the secretary of one of the mining companies. So he was involved in the mining industry in Northumberland. But what had happened was the company which he was involved with had been taken over by another company.
He'd negotiated the sale of a colliery through a coal merchant called Frank Christie. And for this work in the sale, Dickman had received somewhere between £400 and £500 commission.
And he decides, instead of simply getting another job and settling down with the ambition of becoming a head clerk, to become a speculator.
He was involved with betting and horse racing, got to the stage where his income was reliant on him backing winners.
He's a character who is very clearly living in the shadows. He is sometimes successful, but it seems that particularly by 1910, he was having something of a run of bad luck.
Dickman was asked to accompany Detective Tate to the station on Pilgrim Street. He donned his coat and boots. His wife Annie was still expecting him home for dinner later that night, but Dickman did not return. At the police station, he was arrested and charged with the murder of John Nisbet. And 3.5 months later, he was in the dock at the Northumberland Assizes. A guilty verdict would mean execution. On the afternoon of Tuesday, the 5th of July, Dickman entered the witness box. He would face 2 hours of questioning, 2 hours that would determine whether he lived or died. In the summer of 1910, a murder trial dominated the newspapers in the northeast of England. A colliery clerk, John Nisbet, had been brutally murdered on a train. And another Newcastle man, John Alexander Dickman, was accused of the crime. Dickman's fate would be decided in a stuffy courtroom at Newcastle's Moot Hall. By the afternoon of Tuesday, the 5th of July, the prosecution had presented their evidence. With each witness, they'd pieced together the last movements of the 44-year-old victim, John Nisbet. Several men had spotted him at Newcastle Central Station. He was seen on the concourse, he was seen on platform 5, he was seen climbing on board the 10:27 train. Next to him, the whole time, was John Dickman.
The prosecution's version of events was that Dickman had boarded the 10:27 train from Newcastle and got into the same compartment as Nisbet.
There was a chain of different witnesses that would give partial evidence, and put together, it looked fairly clear that they had got into the same compartment.
One witness, Charles Raven, agreed that while he had seen Dickman and Nisbet in close proximity, he couldn't be assured that they'd actually walked together onto the platform. But the crucial piece of evidence is the evidence of a local artist called Wilson Heppel. He had known Dickman for 20 years. This man, who was a keen observer, placed Dickman in the same carriage as Nisbet.
Cicely Nisbet testified next. It was her habit to meet her husband's train at Heaton Station, the first stop on the line, and they would share a few words through the train window there, and perhaps Nisbet would even hand her his wages from the bag. Nisbet normally sat in a compartment at the rear of the train, but that morning was different. He was at the front, close to the engine, and he was not alone. Cicely could see that there was another man sitting with her husband. He had his collar turned up, she said, and his hat on. But she was certain the man was John Dickman. 2 clerks from another coal firm were also on the 10:27. Percival Hall and John Spink got off at Stannington, and from the platform they saw Nisbet still on the train. They knew the man and exchanged a brief greeting with him through the passing window. So Nisbet was alive when the train left Stannington. The next stop was Morpeth, just 6 minutes down the line. But at Morpeth, Nisbet's compartment appeared empty.
There was a plate layer working on the railway who went past the compartment but didn't see anybody in that compartment at all.
That was the reason he didn't get in. He didn't want to travel alone. He was clearly looking for company and so chose another carriage.
It was only when the train reached Allenmouth, the final stop, that Nisbet's bloodied body was found. He'd been shot 5 times through the head and bundled beneath the seat. His gold-rimmed spectacles lay crushed on the floor beside him. Whoever murdered John Nisbet had struck in those few minutes between Stannington and Morpeth. And Morpeth was the station where John Dickman got off the train.
There were other dimensions to the prosecution case. What they had, apart from Nisbet's murdered body, was some evidence on Dickman's clothing that there had been an attempt to remove stains.
On his overcoat there was a large stain which had been cleaned by his wife and which the prosecution alleged was blood staining from the killing of Nisbet.
Today, it may well have been found in the material, but in those days, in 1910, tests for human sort of blood were, well, they had been established, but they were in their infancy.
The prosecution then moved on to motive. By the time of the murder, Dickman's bank account at the National Provincial was empty, as was another at Lloyd's. His wife banked with the Co-op and the post office, but there was not £5 between them. The Dickmans may have lived in a comfortable middle-class district, but their bank accounts told a different story.
We know that he has very little in his own bank account. He's overdrawn. We know that his wife has a limited amount of money, but what we don't know, what there's no information about, is the shadier side of his dealings.
Dickman's financial situation at the time of the murder was very dire. In October 1909, he'd gone to a money lender and borrowed £20 on a 3-month loan at the interest rate of 60% per annum. At the end of the 3-month period, he hadn't been able to repay the loan, and so he took out another 3-month loan for the same amount, but he still could not repay the loan.
But the prosecution case had its flaws. The gun used in the attack was never identified or traced, so it was impossible to connect a weapon with Dickman. And the money hadn't been found either. Nisbet's bag had been recovered, found dumped at the bottom of a pit ventilation shaft, but it had been cut open. Just a few coins were left of the £370 it had contained.
You can't prove that he was the one who put the cash bag down the Isabella shaft, having slit it open and taken the money out.
The prosecution case was very much dependent on circumstantial evidence.
There was lots of evidence on motive into Dickman's debts and his money, the fact that he needed money, and so on. But as the trial judge said, well, motive is not evidence that he actually committed the offence.
The defence barrister, Edward Mitchell Innes, homed in on those gaps in the evidence. He picked at the uncertainties and contradictions of the prosecution witnesses. He quizzed Mrs. Nisbet's identification of the man with her husband. Wasn't the man sitting at the back of the compartment in shadow? And didn't this mystery passenger have his face turned away? Could she really be so certain it was Dickman? And what about Hall, one of the clerks who'd seen the dead man at Stannington? He identified Dickman from a line of 9 men at the police station, but was he quite as sure as he implied to the court?
Hall cannot swear to Dickman's being the person he saw in the carriage with Nisbet. He says he is like him, but he does not want to swear.
Although Raven, Hall and Wilson Heppel had all seen Nisbet and Dickman on the platform prior to getting on the train, they couldn't confirm that they had actually been together.
The interesting thing is that the defence cannot do anything other than argue that there is not an accumulation of evidence that is sufficient to amount to a credible prosecution case. They dare not throw doubt upon the credibility of the prosecution witnesses, because once they do, they open Dickman up to being cross-examined. They do not want Dickman's dodgy dealings, his speculation, his gambling, all the unrespectable things that he's up to come out in any detail. So they have to rely on trying to say the whole thing is just so circumstantial, you can't possibly make a credible case.
The prosecution had had their say. Now it was the turn of the defence. Mitchell Innes called just one witness. It was time for John Alexander Dickman to tell his story. At last, John Alexander Dickman entered the witness box. It was the afternoon of the second day in the trial, the moment the crowds inside and outside the court had been waiting for. This was a chance to impress his innocence on the jurors, to show he was an honest man who could never commit the terrible crime for which he stood accused. But any slip would be fatal. John Dickman's appearance in court would have been impossible just a few years earlier. Defendants had long been barred from giving evidence. They had to rely on their barrister to speak for them. They were simply not allowed to tell their side of the story on oath and in their own words. That changed in 1898.
With the passing of the Criminal Evidence Act, for the first time a defendant could give evidence on his own behalf.
It had been possible to put in unsworn statements for a few years before that, but it was relatively new and the practice was changing.
The defendant had had a voice, could respond to questions from the jury, from judges, but now it does set up a presumption that the prisoner would speak in his or her own defence.
It was thought at the time that a jury would want to hear from the person accused on what their account of their story was.
Not everyone was happy about the changes to the law. Some thought that allowing defendants to speak meant that they would be expected to explain themselves, that the burden of proof would pass from the prosecution to the defence.
Sometimes it wouldn't be in the interest of the defendant to give evidence on his own behalf because his nervousness in the dock would create a bad impression with the jurors.
The idea that the defendant would not give evidence in his or her own favour in a trial was actually intended to defend them, so that in their nervousness they would not convict themselves, they would not perjure themselves, that they wouldn't give the jury the wrong impression.
With his wife Annie watching from the gallery, Dickman told his story. Unsurprisingly, he painted a different picture to the prosecution. He never denied being on the 1027. He'd volunteered that information to police. But he was not with Nisbet, he insisted, either on the train or at the station. He'd seen the man, yes, in the booking hall. He knew him a little. enough to say good morning, but they didn't speak beyond that. And they did not share a compartment on the train. The witnesses were mistaken.
What you have is a man who, by a mixture of chutzpah, charisma, and self-confidence, a huge degree of self-confidence, believed that he could put a credible story forward that would convince people.
Dickman, he said, yes, I knew him. I bought my ticket the same time as he did. I was on that train, but after I bought my ticket, I went through the ticket barrier. I went off to the toilet. I was in a different part of the train and I didn't see him. So he admitted that he was on the same train, but denied any involvement in the murder.
Dickman told the court that he'd taken the train to visit the Dovecot colliery near Stannington. He knew a man there and had business to discuss with him.
He wanted to go out and talk to William Hogg, with whom he was having some conversation about sinking a new pit.
Hogg later denied this in court, said that no such meeting had ever been arranged.
He said no, he wasn't due to see me. He didn't come to see me on that day at all. But he had been exactly a fortnight beforehand. So Dickman had actually gone on that train exactly a fortnight before, when the wages were also in transit, as if it was some kind of dress rehearsal.
Dickman did not claim that he had an appointment. He just indicated that he thought he would go out.
He got on near the back of the 10:27 train. Settling himself in the compartment, Dickman opened his newspaper and was so engrossed in reading it that he missed his stop. He got off at Morpeth, paid the excess fare, and set out on foot for the colliery.
On the way to Dovecot Colliery, Dickman became ill. He complained, feeling very unwell, and lay down in a field for about half an hour.
He's overcome with illness, diarrhea, and lies down for about half an hour, he says, on his overcoat before making his way back to the station, where he meets a man whom he knows called Elliot, very clearly the dodgier side of his dealings, before taking a train home.
Piece by piece, Dickman rebutted the rest of the prosecution evidence. The incriminating gloves, they were too small. He hadn't worn them since Christmas. The blood on his trousers, that was probably from a nosebleed. And he had never struggled to pay his bills. He was not as hard up as his bank statement suggested. He simply preferred to keep cash in hand. Watching reporters described Dickman as alert, confident, and cool. But the greatest danger was yet to come. After Dickman's statement, the prosecution barrister Tyndall Atkinson stood to cross-examine him. He questioned the accused man on his relationship with the victim, and he pushed Dickman on his knowledge of collieries, of how wages were paid. After all, Dickman had once been a clerk in the exact same role as Nisbet. Dickman was forced to admit he did know more than he'd let on. He was beginning to look evasive.
He had a ready answer for pretty well everything, but they were clearly answers that did not carry conviction.
The more he was cross-examined, the more his accounts of having taken the journey for some particular reason to do with his business, which wasn't very clear and wasn't corroborated, didn't come over very well.
His claim to have been so absorbed in the newspaper that he went past his station, his claims to have no knowledge of the Isabella pit, they simply do not seem to have rung true with the jury.
His account of what he had apparently done between leaving the train at Morpeth and then returning home was very vague, and nobody could be traced to verify what he had said at all.
His account of the day of the murder was not very plausible. Dickman said that he had moved to the back of the train and it was there in that carriage that he'd travelled. Now, when he was asked, he couldn't identify any witnesses in that carriage. He couldn't give any names. He couldn't say where they'd actually got out of the carriage. He said his defence was that he was confused by all the questions that he was being asked.
After more than 2 hours in the witness box, Dickman stood down. The case for the defence was complete. Early in the afternoon of the third day, the jury retired to consider their verdict. Outside, rain fell. The crowds, which had gathered, were chased off by the unseasonably damp and cool weather. But the courtroom at the Moot Hall was no less crowded. After almost 3 hours of deliberation, the jurors filed back into the room. They had made their decision. Dickman was guilty. He was sentenced to death. But all hope for the convicted man was not lost just yet. Dickman still insisted on his innocence, and thanks to the recently established Court of Criminal Appeal, he would have another chance to escape the noose. In July 1910, John Alexander Dickman was found guilty of the murder of John Nisbet. Nisbet had been robbed on a train from Newcastle to Allenmouth. Shot 5 times in the head. His body was discovered under the seat of an empty compartment. Dickman was arrested 3 days later and convicted at a trial at Newcastle's Moot Hall. But there were hopes he might avoid execution. An appeal was immediately submitted by his defence team. This was still a novelty in England. The Court of Criminal Appeal had only been established 3 years earlier in 1907. For the first time, it had given convicted prisoners like John Alexander Dickman the right to appeal.
Before the Court of Criminal Appeal, right of appeal could be made directly to the Home Secretary. It was in his power to grant a pardon or reduce a sentence.
And the Home Secretary and the Home Office staff were in a position where they had to make a decision when they weren't particularly legally trained, and it was very unsatisfactory. So it was far better that experienced judges should consider the appeals and consider that sort of issue rather than it being left to Home Office, civil servants and the Home Secretary as a politician.
Among Dickman's supporters, there was still hope. On average, more than 70 appeals a year were successful, with convictions quashed or sentences reduced, and Dickman's could be among them. His appeal was heard in London on the 22nd of July 1910. 3 judges, including the Lord Chief Justice himself, would decide whether the conviction would stand.
Dickman's appeal was based on the error made by prosecuting counsel. The controversial issue was the failure of Mrs. Dickman to go into the witness box and give evidence on her husband's behalf.
A wife could give evidence at a trial, but she couldn't be compelled to do so. But when the prosecuting counsel was summing up to the jury, he actually mentioned that the jury hadn't had the benefit of hearing from Mrs. Dickman as a witness.
The prosecution could not do this. They could not comment on the fact that she had not gone voluntarily into the box. That was absolutely forbidden by the law.
When the jury had retired, the defence counsel said that the prosecuting barrister shouldn't have mentioned this. So when the jury came back ready to give a verdict, the trial judge asked them whether it had borne any significance in their discussion.
The form of the jury at that point says, well, actually, we didn't think about it, we haven't included it, we've already come to our verdict.
These procedural irregularities can happen quite often in criminal trials. It's up to the appeal court to decide how significant it had been.
The Court of Appeal makes it very plain that Coleridge's behaviour had been entirely fair. He had remedied a very minor mistake, which, as the jury itself had confirmed, had not had an impact on their deliberations and their actual verdict.
The judge said that this had already been dealt with in the court by the presiding judge and could be dismissed.
The defence, conducted by Mitchell Innes and William Percy, decide to try to get the bench to consider it not just on a point of law, which was the point which Winston Churchill had actually referred it to the court, but also to open it up as a matter of fact.
Since Dickman's trial, new evidence had emerged that cast doubt on the guilty verdict. Percival Hall and John Spink were two crucial witnesses. They'd given evidence that the murder victim was alive when the train reached Stannington. And they had identified the man with Nisbet as John Dickman. But there was more to that identification than was revealed at the trial. When Hall and Spink arrived at the police station to view the lineup, they were asked to wait in a passageway. There, a policeman invited them to look into another room where John Dickman was being held. The two were then allowed to discuss whether or not he was the man they'd seen on the train, all before the identity parade had even begun. Police, it seems, were so certain they had their man that they fixed the identification. When Percival Hall was still unsure, they strong-armed him into making a decision.
The evidence of Percival Hall, this was all challenged, again, as not showing that Dickman was actually talking to Nisbet and in company with him.
The police had behaved badly, but it was plain that the testimony given by Hall was not crucial to the success of the prosecution case with the jury.
As in all appeals, when they're first set out, it seems quite convincing, but the judge did really say that identification was actually satisfactorily established. So the appeal court dismissed that part of the appeal for that reason.
All the defence can do is to try to bring evidence that Heppel is an incompetent witness, which, because of the importance of his testimony, might have changed things.
Heppel, he said, was old and decrepit and couldn't be trusted.
But Heppel's eyesight was keen. His eye for detail underpinned his paintings. You could ignore the other witnesses. You cannot dispute and get over Wilson Heppel's testimony.
The appeal was rejected. A last-ditch plea to the Home Secretary followed, but that too was turned down. In government, there was much criticism of police conduct in the investigation, but Dickman's execution was given the go-ahead. On Monday, the 8th of August, Annie Dickman and her 2 children visited the condemned man at Newcastle jail. The family was permitted one last half hour together. At the end of the allotted time, Dickman asked to kiss his wife and children goodbye. They wouldn't let him. The family could only wave as the guards took him away. The next morning at 8 o'clock, John Alexander Dickman was hanged.
There were certain cases, and Dickman's was one of them, where it would have been better had the accused not give evidence on his own behalf.
Dickman's story does not go down well with the jury. His narrative, his explanations, they find unconvincing, not because of the inherent unbelievable nature of what he said happened, but I think because of his personality, something which does attest to the concerns of some of those arguing that the Criminal Evidence Act 1898 would not, in fact, particularly help defendants.
John Alexander Dickman had the chance to tell his story in court. He was calm, he was confident, he was not believed. A crowd had gathered that day outside the courthouse, and a crowd gathered outside the jail 1 month later. Dickman's story came to an end on the 9th of August 1910 with a short walk to the scaffold and a noose around his neck. He had nothing more to say. It was not the first time he'd been sentenced to death. The 23-year-old former soldier said nothing as he was taken away. A condemned cell was waiting for him. Would he pay the ultimate penalty this time? Or would he escape the noose once again?
It was a time when the death penalty was being reviewed and was quite contentious, but in this case, people would have said, well, if he had faced punishment for the original crime, then actually he wouldn't have been free to have murdered a few years later.
He was given a pardon and his freedom, which allowed him to kill a second time several years later.
This is a case where A nice, inoffensive man might not have died if an earlier death sentence had been confirmed.
James John Alcott was born in Woolwich on the 13th of October 1929. Soldiering was in his blood. His mother Nellie was the daughter of a Scots Guardsman. His uncle had been in the Coldstream Guards, and his father Joseph had served as a private in the Second World War. All his life, Alcott had wanted to follow in their footsteps. But young Jimmy was not an obedient child.
His mother described him as having a bit of trouble and in high spirits and that sort of thing when he was young.
His father seems to have been somebody who was absent a great deal of the time.
He was brought up very much by his mother, who lived in Bexley Heath in South London with 3 other children.
Young Jimmy seems to have got up to a fair amount of mischief, to have been a not untypical young tearaway. But as he moves into his early teenage years, he does descend into a greater criminality. Somebody who is considered likely to become a career criminal unless action is taken.
When he was 10 years old, he was caught stealing a bicycle. He was stealing money by the time he was 11, and his behavior became so bad that he was sent to an approved school for young people beyond parental control. He was at the institution in Farnborough for 3 years.
Approved schools in those days were designed to try and turn juvenile offenders into more disciplined young adults.
It was a charity organisation. It was designed to help vulnerable young people and their families when they were in times of trouble.
For Jimmy Alcott to end up in one of them was a real positive attempt to make him into a useful member of the community.
But Alcott never gave up on his dream of becoming a soldier. When he left school, he joined the local cadets. In 1947, he turned 18. He'd grown into a tall and handsome young man. He volunteered for the Grenadier Guards. He was posted to Germany.
The Grenadier Guards were on occupation duties in Germany. It wasn't particularly exciting, it wasn't particularly challenging.
At the time, just after World War II, there was an awful lot of British soldiers stationed in Germany. It was the occupying army gradually returning the administration to normal civilian administration of the German state.
They're on guard duty, they're policing the black market, they're acting as an overseeing force as Germany tries to reconstruct itself.
Alcott, however, had not left his rebellious ways behind. In September 1948, he snuck away from his base in Germany and went wandering in the countryside. There, he met a Czech refugee. The pair decided to walk together to France.
Basically, Jimmy gets bored and decides to abscond. He's fed up with being a regular soldier. He's very clearly fed up with rules, regulations, and being told what to do.
Alcott said that he suffered at different times from blackouts, and it was allegedly during one of these blackout periods that he went AWOL, he went absent without leave.
They ended up in a small place called Munterbauer near Koblenz, and there was a lodging house or small hotel.
In its garage was a motor car. The two men tried to steal it, but there was a night watchman on duty, Peter Helm was his name, and when he went to stop the thieves, they attacked him.
They hit and assaulted this night porter, one with a fire extinguisher and one with a whiskey bottle.
We don't know what exactly instigated a brutal and fatal attack on the night watchman.
Two days later, Alcott was found and arrested. In January 1949, the young Grenadier Guardsman was hauled in front of a general court-martial.
A general court-martial is the highest level of court-martial, and it is the only one that has the power to pass a death sentence.
The normal court-martial dealt with all ranks in the army and general breaches of military law. A general court-martial dealt with commissioned officers and other ranks who had committed serious offences.
Effectively, it was a criminal trial, but within the military system, with military law that governed how the proceedings should take place.
Alcott insisted he was innocent. The night watchman had offered them coffee, he said, but had then thrown boiling water in their faces. Alcott and his Czech friend had fought back in self-defense. He was not believed. Alcott was found guilty of murder and sentenced to death. But as the 19-year-old waited in a cell in Germany, his story took an extraordinary turn. Alcott's parents, Nellie and Joseph, didn't know about their son's arrest or his conviction. They'd received no official notification, and it was only when an army chaplain wrote to Mrs. Alcott that the truth came out. The newspapers soon took up the story. A Labour MP pressed the War Minister in Parliament. How could the parents not have been told their son had been tried for murder and condemned to death?
Jimmy's family are shown in the newspapers as a family that is shocked by the sentence passed on their son. So it's a human interest story. There is a subtext in there that A, he'd killed a foreigner, and B, that the attack had also involved another foreigner. So there's something of a hint reading between the lines of perhaps it was the foreigners who really did the fighting.
Death sentences handed down by court-martial had to be officially confirmed by the King, but for Jimmy Alcott the confirmation was delayed and delayed. Then, early in April 1949, a dispatch rider pulled up outside the home of Nellie Alcott. He was carrying a letter from the War Office. At first, Mrs. Alcott was too frightened to open it. When she finally worked up the courage to read the letter, she burst into tears. Her son's death sentence had been quashed. Jimmy was coming home. James John Alcott was given a second chance. His death sentence was commuted by the King. He returned to England, where he was discharged from the army.
The royal prerogative of mercy does not overturn the conviction. That still stands. So when Alcott was freed, he still had the conviction of murder against him.
It's a way of sweeping the whole thing under the carpet. There is a very clear hope that he has learned his lesson, and on return to England, to his family, he will settle down and be an improved character.
Still just 19 years old, he began to build a new life for himself. He got a job on the railways. It was a time of change in Britain. The post-war Labour government had embarked on a massive programme of nationalisation and reform. There was a brand new system of social security. The National Health Service had been founded, and strict controls were introduced on what could be built and where. The reforms touched almost every aspect of life in Britain, and the railways were no exception.
Originally, of course, they'd been set up by individual private companies with their own routes. Gradually, these had sort of amalgamated together. But during the war, they'd had to coordinate an awful lot more because of the war effort. And in 1947, they were nationalised as one national rail system under the British Transport Commission.
In 1947, the plans were introduced for the nationalisation of the railways. In 1948, nationalisation did take place, and there was this unification of all the companies into this one major unit.
By 1952, Jimmy Alcott was working as a railway fireman. He was based at the Hither Green depot in southeast London. He'd married a French woman, and the couple lived in her grandmother's flat on Eltham Palace Road.
He was a sociable man. It's certainly something that was noted of him by his fellow workmates at Hither Green, that he'd always stop for a chat rather than getting on with his job.
He got a job on the railway as a fireman, stoking the boilers of steam engines, which were very common in those days.
He doesn't seem to have distinguished himself in any particular way. He's just average. He doesn't make waves, but he doesn't win the approval of his superiors.
Monday the 18th of August was the first day of his annual leave. Alcott and his wife were planning to go to France. He went to the depot to collect his £16 holiday pay. But before he headed home to join his wife, there was one more thing he needed to do. He travelled to Aldershot. There he spent 15 shillings on a sheath knife. Then he made his way to the nearby village of Ash Vale.
He never seemed to go back to his wife and take her to France as he'd promised, and perhaps that was part of his unreliable character, that he was wandering off.
It's very plain that he deserts again, whether it's intended to be long-term, whether it's aberration, we just don't know, because he never provides any credible explanation. I find myself speculating that he's trying to meet up with old friends.
It's an area he would have had a reasonable knowledge of because of his school days and because of his military career.
It was probably that memory that had drawn him down to that area, and he visited the railway station.
Ash Vale stood on the line from Alton to London Waterloo. It was not a busy station most of the time, but at weekends it thronged with soldiers on leave from the nearby army base. In hours, it could sell hundreds of pounds worth of tickets. That money was Jimmy Alcott's target. He planned his robbery carefully. At first, he just watched. Ashvale station was spread over 3 stories. Passengers entered at street level, they bought their tickets on the first floor, then climbed the stairs to the platforms and waiting rooms at the top. From 6 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, at least 2 porters and a booking clerk were on duty. Every evening at 7:45, the clerk in the booking office drew down the shutters. Tickets and date stamps were handed to the senior porter. After that time, passengers had to buy their tickets on the platform.
We have to assume that Alcott did not manage to meet anybody from his previous life, and he therefore drifted to the railway to meet up with railway staff.
It was about 30 miles south of London. The station itself was very small, just a station and 2 lines running parallel to the Basingstoke Canal.
It was not a huge station, but it was a busy station. There was a lot of traffic, a lot of people from the garrison, the nearby military camp, would choose to use Ashvale because it was more convenient than going all the way into Aldershot or all the way into Farnborough.
On Thursday, the 21st of August, Alcott returned once again to Ashvale Station. At around 5 in the afternoon, he asked senior clerk Norman Thompson if he could use the telephone in the booking office. He showed his British Railways staff pass. He wanted to call his depot.
He worked the sidings at Hither Green, which was quite a large goods yard, and in shoveling the sort of clinker, which is the remains of ash from the boilers of these steam engines, he'd apparently shovelled some of this out and had injured one of his colleagues.
An unconsidered motive behind his actions this week is an expectation that he's going to be disciplined or even dismissed on his return from his holiday, and that he wants to find out what's happening.
Alcott was let in. He phoned his depot. They were going to check, he said. Could he wait there for a call back?
No such call ever comes in, and he drifts off again, but he keeps coming back to Ashvale.
Alcott was hanging around the station. There's no other word to describe it. He was there all the time.
In retrospect, it does seem that he was actually examining the normal working practices of the railway staff on that railway station to see what the pattern was when the booking office would close and so on.
There was no attempt to conceal an identity, which is surprising in view of what he was planning.
By closing time, Alcott had become so chummy with Norman Thompson that the older man offered him a lift back to Aldershot on his motorbike. Alcott knew the staff, their duties, their schedules. He knew where the money was kept and how he could access it, and he had the knife. Everything was ready. The next day was Friday. It would be one of Ashvale's busiest days of the week, the perfect day for a robbery. Jimmy Alcott had finished his reconnaissance. It was time to put his plan into action. On Friday, the 22nd of August, 1952, he returned once more to Ashvale Station. At 6:30 in the evening, he again asked to use the station telephone. He then got chatting with the booking clerk on duty in the tiny gaslit office. The clerk's name was Geoffrey Charles Dean. Like Alcott, the 27-year-old was an ex-soldier. He'd served with the paratroop regiment in Norway during the war. By August 1952, he had a 5-year-old daughter, and his wife was expecting their second child.
He was in charge of selling the tickets, counting the money. He was the booking office clerk, so he was in charge of running that.
He'd had this job for about 15 months or so, so he'd probably joined the railway as a booking clerk after he'd been demobbed after the war.
He is someone who had served with respectability, if not huge distinction. During the war, he had been a dutiful member of the armed forces, and he was very proud of that service.
His role at the station was that of sort of a wages clerk, and to see to the tickets and to tot up the cash at the end of each working day.
He settles down to work for the railway, marries, and becomes a much liked, a much respected member of the local community. He gets involved with local things like football, and he's not in any way an intemperate man. He's a dutiful and dedicated employee, and he was liked. Everybody liked this unassuming, inoffensive man.
Alcott lingered in the booking office with Dean. Like everyone else, he was soon calling Geoffrey Dixie. The nickname was inevitable. Dixie Dean was not only a world-famous footballer, he'd also worked on the railways as a boy.
He was Dixie Dean because of his own interest in football. And of course, these were the days when Dixie Dean, the great footballer, was still very much remembered and with huge affection.
Renowned for playing at Everton, he actually had the record number of goals scored in a season. People had nicknames in those days sort of very frequently. If his name was Woods, he'd have been called Timber. If his name was White, he'd have probably been called Chalky White. So he was known by his nickname of Dixie Dean.
At 7:45, as usual, Dixie closed the office hatch. He handed the tickets over to the senior porter on duty. He told him he'd be staying a little late to work on his accounts. A change in the fares was coming and he wanted to be ready.
That was part of his job. He had to make sure all the money tallied up and with all the records, and that was a job that they would have to do, you know, by manuscript, because there weren't computers doing that sort of thing in those days.
The last thing the porter saw as he moved away from the office was Alcott sitting in the office talking to Dean.
Alcott was still there as Dean counted up the day's takings. Over £168, just shy of £5,000 in today's money. The pair chatted and joked. Dean was having trouble with his books. He was £10 over and couldn't work out why. But behind his smile, Alcott's thoughts were on his back pocket, where the knife was waiting in its sheath.
James Alcott had asked to use the telephone in the booking office to check up on this colleague that he had injured at Hither Green, and had actually, over that week, inveigled himself into the normal kind of activities of the staff, become known to the staff at Ashvale, and they had trusted him as a fellow railwayman.
He doesn't seem to have raised any particular surprise or alarm or comment. He was a fellow railwayman, he was hanging around, nobody quite knew why, but he seemed affable and pleasant, and he's young and chatty, so why not?
At 8:45 that evening, Army Corporal Kenneth Vincent arrived at Ashvale Station. He climbed the steps to the first floor and went to the booking office to buy a ticket. The wooden shutter was down, but he could hear people inside, muffled voices, a scuffling sound. He rapped on the sill with the coin, but nobody came to the hatch. Then he saw the notice. After 8 p.m, passengers must buy tickets upstairs. The corporal left. He didn't know it, but just inches away on the other side of the hatch, Geoffrey Dean was fighting for his life. Alcott's attack had been sudden and vicious. He plunged his knife into the back of Dean's neck, but the booking clerk had fought back. He'd screamed for help, kicking and punching at Alcott. In the cramped space of the booking office, the two former soldiers had wrestled desperately over the knife.
It seems that he was very largely taken by surprise. One can only speculate that Alcott took him off guard, that he had absolutely no suspicion of Alcott having any sinister intent in spending time with him.
Dean was stabbed in the face, the chest, the abdomen.
He must have been stabbed continually long after he'd been unable to resist.
So it was very clearly a vicious, sustained and brutal attack.
Shortly before 9 o'clock, a 15-year-old porter spotted something strange. Young Cedric Bull had just helped a passenger take some luggage down from the platform to the street. And as he was heading back up the stairs, he tripped and fell. Getting up, he saw a light on in the booking office. Surely Dixie wasn't still working. He knocked. There was no answer. He tried the door. It was locked. Cedric went out of the station. He climbed the grass embankment towards the window of the booking office, and perching on the sill, he peered into the tiny room. He could see Dixie on the floor. The booking clerk was covered in blood, and he wasn't moving. The boy scrambled back down the slope and ran inside. He alerted the station master, Mr. Luck, who ordered the office to be forced open.
They saw Dean's body partly concealed by the desk. He was lying in a great pool of blood. The safe door was opening, and there was about £160 worth of cash had been taken from the safe.
Now this must have happened within a very short time of the murder having happened. It's sometime between 8 and 9 that the murder was perpetrated. The body was actually found just after 9.
Poor Geoffrey Dean had suffered some really serious injuries.
He had been stabbed 20 times. One behind the ear was particularly deep and fatal. Another stab wound got the jugular.
He had 7 stab wounds in the back, 9 in the chest, one of which went through the sternum, the chest bone, into the heart.
Basically, there was no question of Dean being able to survive this frenzied attack.
Police were quickly alerted, but there could be no doubt as to who had committed this terrible crime. The attacker must have been the young, handsome railwayman who'd been hanging around the station for days. But by then, James John Alcott was nowhere to be seen. Police arrived at Ashvale Station within an hour of the murder. The booking office was photographed. Then the body of Clerk Geoffrey Dean was removed to Farnham Mortuary. the police investigation moved rapidly. They commandeered a waiting room by the platform and began interviewing passengers and staff at Ash Vale.
The overall investigation was in the hands of the Surrey Constabulary. They were assisted by their local Hampshire Constabulary, and they in turn were assisted by the British Transport Police.
The railway police undertook all the railway connected inquiries, and the Surrey police took over the other inquiries round Aldershot and so on. The inquiries soon led to the suspicion about James Alcott, and he was an unusual character, if not downright suspicious. He'd been hanging around, so it was natural the police should want to trace him.
A description of the chief suspect was circulated to cafes and shops in the area, and a check was made of all local hotels and lodging houses. Police quickly scored a lead. There was a bed and breakfast in Aldershot at number 10 Victoria Road. A young man had checked in there late the previous night. The owner, Mrs. Edith Dagger, confirmed to a police constable that her new guest matched the description of the wanted man. In the front bedroom on the first floor, the constable found a blood-stained navy blue jacket. In the pocket were 2 10-shilling notes and a passport in the name of James John Alcott.
Alcott was not a particularly clever man. I don't even know whether he'd actually intended to kill Dean, and that quite literally he was bewildered. He did not know what to do.
James Alcott was a strange character, and probably had been a strange character ever since he was a boy.
It seems, looking at his youthful behaviour, that he had no idea of what the logical consequences of some of his actions would be.
He doesn't return home, he doesn't hide, he just makes it easy for the police to find him. And I think that is explicable only by saying that, quite literally, he himself did not know what to do and where to go.
After his savage attack on Geoffrey Dean, Alcott had moved quickly. A Mac had been hanging on the back of the door, and Alcott grabbed it, pulled it over his blood-stained clothes. Emptying the safe, he'd stuffed the money and his knife into his pockets and hurried away from the station. At a stream nearby, he'd washed the blood from his hands. Then he'd caught a number 44 bus from North Camp back to Aldershot and gone to the pub.
It is very difficult to work out exactly what was going on in his mind.
He didn't seem to make any attempt to go to France with his wife or to leave the area, and I think nobody quite understood his mentality.
He had his passport with him, and instead of making his way abroad or back to London, he stayed overnight in the area, and so a door-to-door inquiries the next morning quickly located his presence.
The next day, as police closed in, Alcott went shopping. He bought a new jacket, some grey flannel trousers and a pair of shoes. He wrapped his old trousers in paper and dumped them on waste ground near Ordnance Road in Aldershot. But when he returned to his lodgings at 11:15 that night, the police were waiting for him.
He virtually admitted that he had been involved in the murder. And first of all, he denied knowing where the knife was, but then said that the knife was hidden up the chimney.
He must have realised that, having spent 3 days at the Ashvale station, there were people who knew him. They knew his name. They knew the station he worked at in London. They'd seen his British Rail pass.
When he was arrested, he made no secret of the fact that he had been responsible for the attack. So there was never any question of it being important to look for anybody else.
Alcott's trial at the Surrey Assizes began on the 18th of November 1952. No witnesses were called for the defence. Alcott's barrister tried to plead insanity. Why else would the killer make such a poor attempt to conceal his crime?
The only defence that was possible was that Alcott was not sane at the time, that he had suffered a fit of temporary insanity.
With the murder of Peter Helm, he said that he'd had these periodic blackouts, and at his trial he again referred to these periodic blackouts. He'd said that he'd suffered one at the time of the murder, and in fact he didn't even know why he was at Aldershot, but he'd also admitted the killing. He told the police on at the time of his arrest that he had done the killing, so it was a cast-iron case against him.
With the forensic science examination, the blood stains on the knife and on the wallet and on banknotes and on Alcott's clothes were all found to be blood group O, and that matched Geoffrey Dean's blood group. They also found some fibres on the knife, on the murder weapon, which matched a pullover that Geoffrey Dean had been wearing at the time.
Circumstantial evidence, forensic evidence, all makes it absolutely clear that Alcott was the one who wielded the knife and took the life of Geoffrey Dean. No question of it.
The jury, 10 men and 2 women, deliberated for 20 minutes. Then they returned with their verdict. Alcott was guilty. The judge, Mr. Justice Finnemore, sentenced the 23-year-old to death. Alcott had heard the words before, but this time there had been no newspaper campaign, no questions in Parliament, and no reprieve. Alcott was executed at Wandsworth Prison on the 2nd of January 1953.
The local papers, though they acknowledge that he had previously been sentenced to death and been reprieved, there's no sign of any major popular outcry, which I have to admit I find surprising.
Perhaps out of loyalty to the armed forces and the Grenadier Guards, they just regarded it as something very separate from if it had been a murder that had been committed on British soil.
To have criticised the previous decision would, of course, have been to criticise the recently deceased king. So I think that helps to explain why more is not made of that particular aspect. And it's more a question of, well, he was lucky before, this time justice has caught up with him properly.
He knew what he was doing. He seemed to plan the murder because he bought the knife in advance. He seemed to be casing out the railway station in order to work out the best opportunity for committing the crime.
The real sympathy goes to Dean's wife and daughter, and that's where the real comment comes in. In many ways, Alcott is dismissed.
Alcott's victim, Geoffrey Dean, was laid to rest on the 29th of August 1952. The cemetery by St. Peter's Church in Ash was just a short distance from the railway. As 27-year-old Dean's coffin was lowered into the earth, amid the tears of family and friends, a passing train slowed to a mournful pace. The 24th of May, 1957. It was Friday night, almost 10:30. At London's Gloucester Road tube station, 32-year-old ticket collector Emmanuel Akinyemi was on duty in the lift. He had just taken 2 passengers down to the Piccadilly line and was about to return to the station above when there was a knock. Emmanuel opened the lift door. It was an elderly woman wearing a white coat and a red hat. She was tall and silver-haired, and she was gasping for help. "Bandit, bandit," the old woman cried. "I've been knifed."
This was bizarre, it was unusual. Her attacker had obviously got some professional skills.
At the time, there was no one on the platform. There were no witnesses to the deed.
It shows just how rare murder on the underground actually is. The impact it had at the time was huge.
It was a great unsolved mystery of the London Underground.
Emmanuel Akinyemi helped the woman into the lift. There was blood seeping from a wound in her chest. He asked her what had happened, but she could barely speak. She just kept repeating the same word again and again. Bandits, bandits. An emergency staircase spiraled 87 steps from the platform to the street. It was the favourite exit of fare dodgers, so Akinyemi always kept an ear out. That night, as he journeyed up in the lift, Akinyemi heard a rush of feet on the spiral stair.
The rail employee had heard somebody running up the emergency stairs, which sometimes people did to avoid paying their fare. There was no automatic ticket barriers in those days.
Now, to get to the ground took 43 seconds. Anyone can beat the lift. So possibly this was her attacker running away.
When the lift reached the top, however, there was no one to be seen. Akinyemi fetched her some water and left her in the care of a colleague. Then he ran to a phone box and dialed 999.
It's a measure of just how different the times were, that there was no resource to call from within the station. He had to go to a nearby phone box to phone 999 and summon an ambulance.
The ambulance was quick to arrive. St Mary Abbott's Hospital on Marlowe's Road was just half a mile away. As she was loaded on board, the old lady was still clutching her underground ticket.
She was stabbed 5 times, apparently 4 times in the stomach and once in the back, piercing the heart.
There were no defensive injuries, which suggests that she had no time to ward off her attacker.
I suspect that her murderer came up behind her, stabbed her in the back, and when she didn't go down, she turned around, and that's when he continued his attack.
The woman's injuries, however, were too severe. Soon after arriving at the hospital, she died. Her last words had been to a police constable who had accompanied her in the ambulance. "I was on the platform, I was stabbed. but the words had choked in her mouth and she'd said no more. Nobody knew the woman's name or anything else about her. The only clue to her identity was found at the hospital. On her forearm was tattooed a number, 44747.
The number on her arm would have told the investigators that she had been a prisoner of the German concentration camps during the Second World War.
And it meant, of course, that her life had been very far from peaceful.
She had clearly been in a concentration camp in the past, and she was rapidly identified.
Number 44747 was, in fact, Teresa Lubienska. She was a 73-year-old Polish countess. She lived on Cornwall Gardens, just a short walk from Gloucester Road tube station. The Countess was well known in London's Polish community. She was widely admired, not only for her heroic exploits during the war, but also for her community work in the years since.
The Polish community was deeply saddened. She was a major figure.
So Countess was admired and had a good reputation amongst the Polish people in London because of her unstinting hard work on their behalf.
There was a tremendous outpouring of grief. She was loved, she was regarded as a treasure, she was highly respected, and people just could not understand the reason for this brutal attack and her death.
Nobody had seen the attack on the Countess. There was no sign of the murder weapon. And even exactly where Teresa had been assaulted was a mystery. Was it on the platform or on the train? The only blood evidence was by the lift, where Teresa had found ticket collector Emmanuel Akanyemi.
Those were long before the days of CCTV or any kind of recording devices on platforms, on trains, and things like that.
No direct witnesses, no forensic evidence, no CCTV images. Even in modern times, this murder might have got unresolved.
The motive for the murder is very unclear. Was it a robbery that went wrong, or was the Countess Lubienska a victim of something that had happened in her past?
As police began to investigate, they quickly realized that Teresa Lubienska was a woman with a remarkable story. A woman whose death was as mysterious as her life had been extraordinary. Countess Teresa Lubienska was 73 years old when she died. Hers had been a life of privilege, tragedy, and great bravery. Teresa was born on the 18th of April, 1884. Her family was an old aristocratic one, and she married into another. She became the Countess Lubienska.
She lived on the family estate in some wealth and privilege.
The family she married into was one of the leading noble families in Poland. They had vast estates, they had distinguished individuals in their historic past. They had a very proud Polish heritage.
Her husband was a diplomat, and they had two children, a daughter, Isabella, and a son, Stanisław. But
the violent upheavals of the 20th century would soon engulf Teresa's life. In 1918, the Bolsheviks seized the family estate. Teresa's husband was stabbed to death.
The Lubienska estates were in the eastern part of what was beforehand the Polish Commonwealth, so in lands which were part of the Russian partition. And when the Bolshevik Revolution broke out, these territories were engulfed by the revolution.
Teresa was widowed with 2 children, her estates largely lost, but they were very far from penniless.
She moved to Warsaw and lived in a flat, obviously in far less wealthy conditions than she had been when she was first married.
The end of the First World War had redrawn the political map of Europe. Poland became a free, sovereign nation for the first time in more than 120 years.
It was a period of great activity for the whole nation, rebuilding its independent state.
There was huge rejoicing, and quite a lot of Polish families actually travelled back to help support and develop this new, old, independent country. And Teresa Lubienska was very much part of that.
She was a very talented person who could not sit at home twiddling her thumbs or just being happy doing the knitting. She herself was a very creative person. She published several poems. She was an interior designer, and she was the co-owner of a small film production company.
In time, her son joined the military. He became an officer in the Polish cavalry. He'd be on the front line when the independence of his nation was threatened once again. In September 1939, Poland was invaded by Nazi Germany, and within days, the Wehrmacht had Warsaw surrounded.
It was for a Polish army that was not well armed, fairly small, a desperate situation.
The Polish forces didn't really have any chance of mounting any significant resistance, although they fought very bravely.
In fact, Teresa Lubienska herself took part in the defense of Warsaw, being very active, especially in soup kitchens and providing food for the command of the defense of Warsaw.
Her son, Stanislav, is in the premier cavalry regiment of the Polish army, the Uhlans, 14th Regiment. And it meant that apart from anything else, he was expecting to be at the forefront.
The 32-year-old Captain Lubienski was stationed in a village just north of the capital. He tried to break through the German lines and make contact with his command post. A machine gun cut him down. He was carried to a nearby farm, and there he wrote a few last words to his mother before he died. The Nazi invasion of Poland from the west was followed by a Soviet invasion from the east. Proudly independent Poland was carved out between them. The Germans occupied Warsaw, but Teresa remained defiant. She made sure her son's body was taken from its battlefield grave and given a proper burial. Then she joined the resistance.
Nazi Germany's policy towards the Poles was that it was intent on destroying both the native Polish state and the Polish nation.
But the Polish resistance was pretty successful in disrupting German communications and generally making themselves difficult.
The kernels of it began just before the capitulation of Warsaw, and it developed into what is popularly known as the Armia Krajowa, or the Home Army. Arguably, it became the largest resistance organization in occupied Europe, as well as probably one of the most effective.
Stefan Witkowski was an eccentric and charismatic engineer. He founded the Musketeers, a network of resistance cells scattered across Poland. At the heart of the Warsaw cell was Teresa Lubienska. The 55-year-old widow lived on Saviour Square in the city centre. Her apartment there became known as Salvation.
This is a woman of guts, of passionate commitment to Poland and to the Polish people. You can't be as deeply involved as she was with all the various elements of the Polish resistance without putting yourself in enormous danger.
If she was arrested, then she faced torture, interrogation, imprisonment, and probably death.
The work of the underground resistance in Poland was very, very dangerous. There was always the risk of betrayal by informers or collaborators.
The Gestapo were hunting down any opposition to Nazi rule. Spies and informants were everywhere. And there were divisions in the resistance itself. In 1942, Witkowski, leader of the Musketeers, was accused of collaboration with the Germans. He was tried and executed by his fellow Poles. The network he had led collapsed. Teresa was betrayed to the Nazis.
Teresa Lubienska was betrayed by the caretaker of the block in which she had her flat, and as a result, she was arrested by the Gestapo.
Her connections, her reputation, it would have been good for the German occupiers if they could possibly have used her on their side, but of course there was absolutely no hope of that.
She was taken to Pawiak prison for interrogation. It was an old jail in the heart of Warsaw. When the Nazis occupied Poland, it became a Gestapo prison. Over the course of the war, more than 100,000 prisoners were detained there. Almost half never came out. But not the Countess. After 6 months in Pawiak, she was transferred out of the prison. She was sent to Auschwitz. Teresa arrived at the death camp on the 13th of May, 1943. There, she was not Teresa. She was not the Countess. She was number 44747.
Prisoners entering the prison for the first time would see above their heads a sign saying, "Work makes you free." It was a place of death.
She did much to try and alleviate and help her fellow prisoners by talking to them, even giving some of her rations of food, especially to the children.
She used her reputation and her sheer determined character, not only to keep herself alive, but also to help and give comfort to the other prisoners.
The war was not going well for Germany. As the Red Army advanced through Eastern Europe, the Nazis began to evacuate and liquidate the camp at Auschwitz. In August 1944, Teresa was transferred 400 miles west to Ravensbrück. There, at last, she would find her salvation. The Swedish Red Cross were negotiating the release of prisoners from the concentration camps. Talks with senior Nazis were led by Swedish Count Folke Bernadotte. On the 21st of April 1945, Heinrich Himmler agreed to free all women held at Ravensbrück. Teresa and thousands of others boarded white-painted buses. They were to be transported north through Denmark to Sweden.
It seems that Teresa was one of the last contingent to be evacuated from Ravensbrück, very possibly because she herself wanted others to go first. It would be very, very much within her character that that was the case.
In Lund, safe at last, Teresa wrote poems of thanks to her saviours. "Swedes," she wrote, "dearest to our hearts, God bless you for your hospitality." But she would not stay in Lund. Like thousands of other Poles after the war, she chose to make her new home elsewhere. She moved to London. After moving to London, the Countess lived in a single furnished room and survived on national assistance. But she did not let that poverty stop her.
It would have been very easy, I suspect, to have sunk into depression after a pretty unpleasant and challenging time in Auschwitz and Ravensbrück, but not Teresa. She takes a lead in the exiled Polish community.
The majority of the Polish soldiers remained in exile and found permanent homes in various countries of the world, but primarily in Great Britain, which was the centre of much of the political, cultural, economical, academic and educational activities of the Polish community.
They could not go back to Poland, which was now completely under Russian domination. It was Stalin's Russia, and the government in Poland was now a Russian puppet government.
Teresa was not interested in going back to Poland after the war because the Soviet takeover of Poland represented to her the death of the Polish culture, Polish nationalism, the Polish heritage that she treasured.
The 73-year-old became one of the best known and most respected Poles in all of London. Her life was committee meetings one day and association dinners the next.
She founded the Polish Association of Former Political Prisoners, and she spent her time organising, lobbying and trying to get compensation for her fellow Polish people.
She was particularly concerned about the lack of recognition of the fate of Polish concentration camp prisoners here in Britain. Various prisoners of different nationalities received compensation or were in the process of receiving compensation, but the Poles who were living outside of Poland received nothing. And it was her life's mission to rectify this.
This was a woman with a considerable amount of energy, tenacity and determination. She had guts. She didn't give up.
The 24th of May, 1957. It was the name day of Maria Tchaikovsky, and she was throwing a party. 30 friends joined her to celebrate. Among them was Countess Teresa Lubienska. The name day party was in Ealing in West London. After eating and drinking and toasting the health of all present, the Countess decided it was time to head home. She left the party at around 9:30. She was joined by her friend, 50-year-old priest Kazimierz Krzyżanowski. Together they walked to Ealing Common Tube Station. There they caught an eastbound Piccadilly line train.
Father Krzyżanowski was an assistant in the Polish parish in Brompton Oratory, but also a personal friend and a vice chairman of the association of which Teresa Lubienska was chairwoman.
Because it was after 10 at night, there were relatively few people on the train. There was nothing out of the ordinary, there was nothing particularly alarming.
At Earl's Court, Father Krzyżanowski got off. He wished his friend good night, and the doors closed, and the train carried the Countess off into the tunnel. The next stop was Gloucester Road. Father Krzyżanowski returned home. He could not know it as he went to bed that night, but police had already begun investigating his friend's murder. The investigation was led by F Division's Detective Superintendent Ronald Vivian. After 27 years on the force, he was nearing retirement. Vivian was looking forward to it. He never wanted to be a policeman in the first place. But if this was to be one of his final cases, it would not be an easy one.
It was such a difficult case because there was no evidence.
The post-mortem showed that the knife had been used, had a blade of no more than 2 inches in length. An unusually short weapon for such a murderous attack.
So the police knew that she had been stabbed. They knew that it had taken place on the platform. Her dying words were, "Yes, I was on the platform, I've been stabbed." It was the bandits.
She was, by all accounts, however, alone on the platform, and there were no witnesses when the station clerk, Emmanuel Akinyemi, went down and found her.
Nobody actually saw the Countess attacked on the station platform. In fact, nobody knew precisely where the attack had actually taken place on the platform. There were no bloodstains to mark the location. There were bloodstains by the lift along the Countess's clothing, but the exact location of the attack could not be pinpointed.
Police photographed the scene and dusted for fingerprints. They scoured the platform, the lifts, the emergency stairs. Then they turned to the mammoth task of searching the tunnels. 2 miles of track between South Kensington, Gloucester Road and Earl's Court stations had to be checked. Floodlights were brought in, and police used magnets and giant vacuum cleaners to search every inch. But they found nothing. Staff and passengers at Gloucester Road were interviewed. Police quizzed the drivers of trains and buses that were in the area. They searched drains and sifted through rubbish in the hunt for a clue, any clue. But again, they found nothing.
It was a joint investigation with the Metropolitan Police Murder Squad, who were in overall control. The bulk of the work seems to have fallen on the London Transport Police.
This was an unexplained death on the Underground, and they felt it necessary to conduct this huge, extensive search in order to reassure the travelling public, to make sure that people carried on using the tube.
The police really were desperately going through the methodical police work to try and find clues and leads.
But the police were, in the absence of any concrete information coming from Teresa herself or from her friends, left with virtually nothing to work on.
The police needed more information. A massive publicity campaign was launched, Scotland Yard's biggest ever. Posters were displayed across London. Appeals were broadcast on the television news. Over the summer of 1957, police received hundreds of leads. They interviewed thousands and journeyed across Britain and Europe in search of clues. But they made no progress.
It was a very big inquiry. But the police just didn't have enough to work on.
They had the dying words of the Countess. They had the evidence of the underground employee operating the lift who saw her. They had his evidence that somebody had run up the emergency stairs at about the same time. And then, despite all the searches and the interviews, they didn't find anybody else who had actually given them that crucial lead that murder inquiries so often need.
Between them, the British Transport Police and the Metropolitan Police conducted over 18,000 interviews, trying to track down somebody who might have seen something suspicious, somebody who could be persuaded to acknowledge some kind of involvement. And time after time after time, they drew a blank.
The murder of Teresa shocked London's Polish community. The murder made no sense to them. They couldn't believe this woman had any enemies. Who would have wanted to kill her? Detectives in the Kensington headquarters puzzled over the same question. Was the murder of Teresa Lubienska the work of a maniac, a robbery gone wrong, or was it an assassination? Police investigating the murder of Teresa Lubienska were running out of ideas. The 73-year-old Polish Countess had been stabbed on a platform at Gloucester Road tube station. She had died of her injuries in hospital, but the mystery of who had attacked her and why remained.
They had a number of apparently puzzling, contradictory features. First thought, this was an attempted robbery, but she still had her handbag. More than that, she had been out for the evening. She was wearing a valuable brooch.
It was unlikely to be a robbery as nothing was stolen from the Countess. Her handbag was with her and it hadn't been either opened or rifled through.
There was no sign of any panicked attempt to grab, so the police dismiss robbery.
She seems to have been taken completely unaware by her attacker, who got close enough to stab her 3 times in the chest with a 2-inch bladed knife, 2 of the blows going into the heart and killing her. Murder seems to have been her attacker's intention. It wasn't robbery.
The tiny bedsit where Teresa had lived was searched. Scores of papers were carried away. The Countess could speak 4 languages, and there were letters and documents in English, German, French, and Polish. She had contacts with former concentration camp inmates around the world. Might a clue be somewhere there? Could she have known a secret that someone would kill to protect?
There was grounds, certainly, for suspecting that this could have been an ordered political hit. Teresa is often put down as a social activist, and she was, but there was a very strong political dimension to that social activism.
She had apparently told friends that she had felt under threat in the previous week or 2 beforehand, and had in fact gone to the police station to report that she'd had some threatening phone calls and letters.
After all the experiences she had, she was going to be too shrewd not to recognise she was being followed.
But it seemed rather illogical that a political assassin would have left so much to chance on an underground station platform when anybody could have come along, or another train could have arrived, or a member of the station staff could have been there.
So far as the police were concerned, it seemed unprofessional. Why not a gun? Why not poison? And if a knife, why not a knife actually designed for the purpose of killing?
Police had ruled out a robbery, and they could find no political motive for her murder. It was not an assassination. Detectives kept returning to one theory, though. Teresa had been a formidable woman. Despite her advancing years, she thought nothing of confronting poor behavior when she saw it, of giving a piece of her mind to young hooligans, or, as she always called them, bandits.
When she got off, apparently there was a group of teddy boys on the platform waiting for a train.
Some youths were being a bit disorderly and rowdy. Some suggestion that maybe the Countess sort of ticked them off, possibly for misbehaving.
Teresa Lubienska was a very forthright person, so if someone would have been pushing onto the train without letting someone off, she wouldn't have remained silent, but would have said something.
Despite the Countess's use of the phrase bandit, I don't think this murder was actually committed by a gang of hooligans. The only person heard by the station employee was of a single person running up the emergency stairs. Only one person seems to have been involved in the attack.
This is 57. This is when we're building up to a panic over gang warfares. So it's a very obvious suggestion. But if it had been a gang of youths, we'd have heard about it by now. One thing about gangs is that somebody talks.
If there had been a gang on the platform that night, they were never identified or traced. The police investigation into the murder reached a dead end.
They come to the conclusion that it has to be simply a random, impulsive attack. I simply cannot find that credible. She was a target, but I think it was a more personal than a political attack on her.
My own feeling was that it was related to something that had happened back in wartime Poland during her work in the resistance. Possibly her attacker was a collaborator who had suddenly surfaced in London, recognising the Countess or knowing of the Countess, feared that she might betray him or her.
The knife used suggests that it was more likely to be opportunistic. Oh my goodness, here is the woman I'm following. There's nobody else on the platform. The train has gone. Let me take this opportunity to get rid of her, rather than being a planned attack.
There's a natural feeling that there must be some evidence somewhere amongst that background that should have led to the case being solved. We will never know for sure, and it's one of these murder mysteries that we'll always have to wonder about.
The grief of Teresa's friends and the wider Polish community, however, went on. The funeral of the Countess Lubienska took place on the 1st of June 1957. More than 1,000 mourners packed into the Brompton Oratory in Knightsbridge.
Brompton Oratory was the centre of the central London Polish parish. So it was a place where Poles always gathered on Sundays and on special days.
There were representatives not just from the Polish community in this country, but also members of the Polish resistance, representatives from the various groups, turn up to pay respect, pay their tributes to her. So it was something that was a great grief to the Polish community.
Leading the funeral procession was General Anders, wartime commander of Polish forces. After him came comrades from the resistance, those who had suffered with the Countess in Auschwitz and Ravensbrück, and those who'd known her kindness and determination in London. Lying on Teresa's elm coffin, 2 medals gleamed from a purple cushion, orders of merit from the Polish nation, tokens of their gratitude.
The Countess was an extraordinary woman. There was a tremendous amount of sympathy and love displayed at her funeral.
The Polish community were devastated by the fact that this 73-year-old woman should have experienced so much in her life and so much tragedy and violence and survived, and then been stabbed and murdered at a supposedly peaceful tube station in London.
It's a word that's often used lightly, but I think that Teresa Lubienska most truly qualifies as a heroine, because despite everything that happened to her, she carried on.
Teresa Lubienska, when she was in a concentration camp, was known as the White Angel, helping wherever and whoever she could. I think, looking back at her life, she comes across as being a feisty, determined angel of mercy, a remarkable person.
Teresa Lubienska was a devout and brave daughter of Poland. To this day, her murder remains unsolved. But her heroism in peace and in war has not been forgotten.